Chapter 482-13 Taboos. As Wang Wei watched that single eye, he was powerless. His so-called unparalleled fleshly body, unmatched paragon quality soul, or unique willpower, were all useless in front of that entity. Although sad about this fact, he already knew this distance between himself and immortal tier powerhouse, let alone this entity whose strength he simply could not understand or fathom. So, he waited to know what his final fate was. All his secret attempts were useless as he could not even move, his mind barely functioned as he processed what was happening. Nevertheless, he never stopped thinking about how to get out of this situation. As he gazed at the eye, some information popped into his mind. There are 13 taboos in the universe, and science and technology are one of them. Then, he saw a dark light gathering in front of the enormous eyes. P-0? As he saw the light, he could not feel or sense any power from it. However, his intuition told him that he would be annihilated once hit. I guess it's time to go crazy. As for the consequences, I'll deal with them afterward, thought Wang Wei. However, something odd happened before he did whatever he was planning. He saw a barrier appearing out of nowhere to surround the middle thousand world he was in. And as a result, the humongous eyes stopped their attack. Wang Wei did not know if it was true, but he felt that it looked in the distance, but he was not sure. His mind or normal senses were not working as usual. It was as if his spirit could not efficiently process interacting with such a higher being. He even guessed that if it was not for the quality of his soul, he could not even think a single thought against such an individual. A few seconds later, the eye looked at him again before disappearing, leaving Wang Wei in confusion. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Ascension world, when the Eye of Grand Tao appeared, no one noticed in the slightest. However, two people suddenly woke up from their slumber when the shield manifested. Their act alerted the other 7 as they wondered why these usually low-key bosses took action this time. P-0? Did you feel it? Asked a male voice. Yes, but I cannot find the source, replied a female voice. Me too. I thought I was mistaken for a moment. Since even you felt it, then something odd did happen. Then, the other 7 contacted these two and asked, "Is there a problem?" "This not something you can involve with," replied the male voice, making the other 7 quiet for a moment before they returned to their slumber. Finally, the two searched for the weird fluctuation but to no avail. The Eternal Ascension world is the higher dimension where immortal beings usually live and cultivate. And beyond this world is primordial chaos, the source or beginning of all things and life in this universe. Many worlds, known as chaos worlds, exist with different cultivation systems, cultures, ideologies, and religions. And chaos worlds are divided into two: source world and normal world. Source world are worlds that can create heaven wills and thus give birth to great emperors, empyreans, and eventually paragons. Normal worlds have different power systems similar to the path of Tao ancestors and immortal venerable, or completely different ones. Although normal worlds are weaker than source worlds, some are so unique that they can create powerhouses on par with great emperors. Essentially, they are worlds that can easily cultivate insurgent heaven chosen. Amongst these many worlds, one of them is very special as it seems extremely difficult to discover, if not impossible. The people of this world can leave and return, but foreign individuals, no matter how strong, cannot find or enter that world unless invited by its habitant. P-0? A purple palace floated in the primordial chaos right outside of that world. Inside, an older Taoist sat cross-legged in cultivation. Suddenly, he felt something and opened his eyes. He waved his hand, and 3 pictures floated in front of them before looking at one of them. This was a picture of Wang Wei when he was back on Earth. The power of destiny flashed across this Taoist's eyes as he looked at Wang Wei's pictures. "Another one is committing the taboo," he muttered. "Should I help him?" He hesitated to take action as he thought of the possible consequences. Then, he remembered the lone soul he saw floating in primordial chaos, using its own willpower and dedication to absorb world essence to survive. He was a unique individual, even amongst all the people he chose, accomplishing unimaginable feats. According to my deduction, These three are the only chance this world has to survive the upcoming catastrophe. So, I cannot let them die like the others. So, the Taoist took out an axe that was pieced together. It appears it could be destroyed at any time. He activated it before connecting to the eternal ascension world, ignoring the infinite distance between them. Then, he used a strange power from the axe to create a barrier between the Middle Thousand World and protect Wang Wei. So, Grand Tao, I looked at the old Taoist. It no longer attacked and disappeared as it gazed at the axe in his hand. Taboos are only for 999% of all living creatures across all chaos worlds. As for the 0.0000001%, they get a pass as long as they are strong enough. Then, the old Taoist looked at Wang Wei and instantly could calculate his current situation. But he did not plan to intervene. Of all the three, if he had to place a bet on who is the one he is waiting for, he would put his bet on Wang Wei. In that case, let's sow some positive karma first to prepare for the future. So, he said directly to Wang Wei's mind. Fellow Taoist, Hongjun is waiting to meet you one day and discuss the Tao. After saying that, he removed the connection and all traces of his existence or presence in this world. He glanced at the awaking people for a moment before leaving. Although these two people were in the same realm as him, the Pangu axe gave him an overwhelming advantage, so he did not fear they could find his trace or connection to Wang Wei. After Hongjun's mind returned to his body, he suddenly coughed a mouthful of purple blood. His single action suddenly shook the entire prehistoric world and turned the sky blood red, an act that would last for at least 3,000 years. His eyes then saw the 6 people outside of his palace and said, "You don't have to worry, just a slight injury." Shock appeared on these people's faces after hearing this. As the one and only saint in this chaos world, they all knew how powerful their teacher was. But someone or something could injure him. However, they did not ask since the latter obviously did not want to say anything. So, all 6 bowed before returning to their cultivation abode. In the lower dimension of the eternal ascension world, Wang Wei also looked shocked after hearing the message in his mind. Ancestor Hongjun? As in the one in mythology? Doesn't that mean Pangu, the 3,000 innate demon gods, and all the saints were real? Something then clicked inside his mind. He always thought there was something odd about his reincarnation. The first one is the space crack that swallowed him. The thing happened right inside his apartment next to him. Additionally, his intuition was very late to warn him. To be exact, the moment he felt something was wrong was also the moment the crack swallowed him. However, this was not the main reason for his suspicion. The main reason was his family. Being born as the son and heir to a family like the Wang clan and the Tao opening sect is a manifestation of extreme luck. And based on his understanding of luck, he should not be reincarnated with such a strong background. Wang Weiss had 2 theories to explain this situation. The first one was that maybe before Earth, he had a previous life where he was a powerful cultivator, and his luck from that time helped him be born into such a prestigious clan. His second theory was that someone blessed him with tremendous luck. Now, he understood that Ancestor Hongjun might be the reason for his reincarnation and the person who blessed him. Additionally, he also theorized that he was not the only one who reincarnated into different worlds. He had these suspicions long ago with the human emperor, but now he could confirm this. So, why is Hongjun sending people from Earth into different worlds? What is he planning? Although he thought of many possibilities, he could not think of a real answer because of the lack of information. So, he concentrated on the situation at hand. He realized he had contacted 2 of the 13 taboos so far. The first one is the Tao of nothingness that almost killed him, and science and technology. Why is science and technology a taboo in the first place? Thought Wang Wei. Based on strength, it cannot compare to cultivation in the early and middle stages. As for the late stages, it should be on par. However, Wang Wei was not too sure since he could only theorize based on the fictional books he read back on Earth. He had no concrete proof of how high science and technology can reach. Maybe Earth is unique in some ways. He also wondered what the other taboos were and whether he would meet or have any connection to them. Somehow, he had a feeling that he might. Finally, he looked at the middle thousand world before him, sighing deeply as he somehow survived intact. At the last moment, he planned to remove the chains in his primordial spirit and get access to all the spiritual strengths from his reincarnation. Although Wu Hong warned him not to do this, he would not hesitate in this moment of life and death. Furthermore, he prepared to sacrifice all the spiritual power to the future Buddha self, to see if he could tap on the strength of his future self. Wang Wei gambled that some future version of him had the strength to compete against that I and save his life. And if he was wrong on his gamble, he could only accept his fate. As for other consequences, he would deal with them later on. And I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so here is an extra chapter with another coming later this week. Chapter 483 Scientific Age. After what happened, Wang Wei was a little scared and even hesitated to continue his plan for a moment. In the end, he chose to continue but became more careful. His original plan was with the help of these aboriginals and his comprehension, he could raise the scientific civilization from scratch to the quantum realm in a few decades, if not 100 years. However, he decided to take things slow and let them develop independently. He was somewhat paranoid that the I would come back, so he would use the excuse that these people were the ones committing taboo and not him. Although he knew this method was useless, it was reassuring, so he ignored all the illogical and nonsense parts. So, he first finished modifying the entire world to fit the laws of physics that he knew and understood. He stopped for a few minutes as he looked in the sky, prepared to run away. Well, at least try. After not seeing any reaction, he sighed in relief before thinking, this is the last thing I will do to help. He activated the Soul Network divine ability to connect to the souls of all the people of this world, including the previously disappearing cultivators. Then he preached to them. Wang Wei did not preach about the Tao or cultivation, but about the knowledge he knew about science and technology. Using this method, he opened the mind of these ancient people, gave them knowledge, and essentially turned them into modern people with modern knowledge and concepts. Then, one sentence riveted in all the trillion upon trillions of people in this middle thousand world, go build my utopia, and you shall be rewarded. Fail and suffer the consequences. The people all over the world woke up in confusion. Now, they all knew how to read and write while also containing much unknown knowledge in their heads. But they still did not know what to do. Although they now have a basic understanding of the universe works, creating the machines and construction that God wanted them to do was not as easy as stated. P-0? Furthermore, they had just woken up from the sudden change of the world with the disappearance of most cultivators. Wang Wei expected this outcome. There is a difference between science and technology. One revolved around discovering knowledge through methodical methods, while the latter is the application. With his knowledge, he could give and comprehension, Wang Wei could give a lecture on advanced physics. But ask him to build a particle accelerator, no, even the simplest of toy, he could not do it, unless he used his cultivation. But that would defeat his original intention. Additionally, these people needed a leader to guide them, otherwise, chaos would ensure worldwide. So, he disappeared before reappearing in his space ring, where he placed all the cultivators. The ring could house all of them since it was as big as a greater thousand world. As all these people watched him floating in the air, most of them could not keep calm, even the few with a strong state of mind. But who could blame them? They just saw a being who sealed the spiritual chi of their entire world and instantly teleported all the cultivators in this place before communicating with them through their souls. No one amongst them can fathom how powerful such a being is, nor did they want to know. Without saying anything to these people, Wang Wei waved his hand, and 5 people floated in the air. One was a middle-aged man in the primordial spirit realm, while the remaining 4 were young men and women in the divine altar realm. All 5 had dragon robes and crowns, signaling their status as royalty. While changing the fate of this world, Wang Wei knew the name of this middle thousand world was Martial Divine World, and the Martial Divine Dynasty ruled the world as a whole. P-0? With the entire world's resources, they cultivated the most primordial spirit ancestors and ruled the world with an iron fist. Only a few other sects could barely maintain their autonomy. They even cultivated a few void-shattering realm powerhouses that ascend to greater thousand worlds. The middle-aged man was this generation's monarch of the martial divine dynasty, while the other four were all his most excellent children. Then Wang Wei's words appeared in front of them. Each of you will get a region to rule and ensure order. Make sure that what I want is accomplished. Monarch Wu Minji bowed to indicate that it would be done, and the princes followed suit. Immortal sir, what can we get in return? Asked a delicate voice, making everyone almost gasp. These cultivators would have also gasped if not for fear and rapidly controlling themselves. They all looked at the person who spoke, which turned out to be the 17th princess, Wu Fun. Wu Minji wanted to curse his daughter for not knowing how to read the situation. Wu Fun, right? Wrote Wang Wei. Yes, she replied without stuttering, trying and failing to control her shaking legs. I like bold people like you. If you can accomplish what I want, you can get cultivation techniques, pills, treasures, or things you could never imagine. Even if you want the martial dynasty, I will hand it to you. The other cultivator's eyes lit up after hearing this, but Wu Fun was not impressed. Instead, she asked, "Can you revive people? You mean your mother?" Yes. Wang Wei had already read the little girl's fate line and knew she was born from a mortal woman after his father had too much to drink during an outing. For most of her life, she did not know she was royalty until her mother's death and awakening a secret bloodline of the royal family. Then her status was finally acknowledged. Wang Wei did not answer but showed her. He found her mother's fate line from the river of fate and followed it through a dark space. The line separated into two sections, leading to two different areas where Wang Wei saw a bunch of cloud-like substances floating and waiting. Is this samsara? He thought before proceeding. He knew he could not stay here for long. Following the two lines, he found two different souls. From his understanding, Wang Wei knew that souls in the primordial realm and below faced different outcomes after entering samsara. The souls of mortals and cultivators up to the divine body realm will be divided into their 7 physical souls and 3 immortal souls after death. Then, these aspects will combine with others to form new souls and enter samsara. P-0? Only in the primordial spirit realm, where cultivators open the sea of consciousness and connect all aspects of their souls, would this not happen. So, after finding the physical and immortal souls of Wu Men's mother, Wang Wei separated them from the new souls they formed before yanking them out of samsara. He then fused them before gathering all her memories from the river of fate and instilling it into her soul. He waved his hand to manifest the soul to her. I can also revive the dead. Then he placed the soul away. Wang Wei understood that fear is not always the correct way to motivate people. So, even if Wu Fun did not say anything, he would have mentioned the reward. Ignoring the shock, fear, and awe of these cultivators, or even Wu Fen's determination and excitement, Wang Wei stated to the 5. You can choose some of your subordinates to aid you in your endeavor. Suddenly, one of the primordial spirit realm cultivators flew slightly above the air. Sir Immortal, could us sects have a region of our own? Wu Minji almost cursed aloud after hearing this request. He knew these sects wanted to take advantage of this situation to arise again. Unfortunately, there is nothing he can do now but hope that the immortal refuses the request. Regrettably, he was wrong. Wang Wei understood the need for competition, so he agreed to their request. Finally, all 6 factions took many of their subordinates before teleporting to their designated area. As the remaining cultivators, Wang Wei had other plans for them. Wu Fun opened her eyes to see she no longer was in that strange world with a vast amount of spiritual qi. As a result, she immediately noticed the lack of spiritual qi around her. She asked one of her supernatural realm followers to fly and check the surroundings so they could recognize their current location and head to the nearest city. Your Highness, I have made a discovery. What is it? My origin essence is replenished on its own. Wu Fun knew that without spiritual qi, cultivating or replenishing their energy would be impossible. She thought it would be a problem for their actions, but it's evident that the immortal planned for everything. Soon, the group traveled to the nearest city. She took over the city using her identity as a royal family member. Although the people had knowledge of science and technology in their minds, they did not have societal concepts like equality and many more, so they still respected royal authority, albeit not as much as before. After taking over the city, Wu Fan discovered another strange thing: a transmission array. She was shocked because this array could teleport almost anywhere in her region. The martial divine dynasty only had 5 transmission arrays, and all of them had a limit on the distance they could teleport people. Plus, they were all strictly controlled. After thinking about it for a moment, she understood the reason for this array's existence: to make transportation more accessible and ensure better communication. With these problems solved, building this so-called science and technology civilization will be easier. Without wasting time, Wu Fan ordered all her subordinates to gather all the blacksmiths and craftsmen in her region, no matter their skill levels. She understood that from now, they would be the cornerstone of this world. Wu Fan was determined to do whatever it took to revive her mother and maybe finally have a chance at avenging her death. So, she will not waste this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 484 Scientific Age 2. Wu Fan and a bunch of her associates stood in a room looking at an apparatus that generated electricity using magnets. One of the primordial spirit elders sighed deeply. "I cannot believe that mortals can master the power of heavenly punishment without any cultivation." The others nodded in agreement. As powerful cultivators, they always looked down on mortals, thinking they were weak, ignorant, and stupid. But now, they understood they might be the reason mortals never developed on their own. One of them said, "This is nothing compared to heavenly tribulation." But no one argued with him. Some people have a hard time accepting that ordinary people instead of cultivators will lead the new era of this world. Wu Fan ignored these people's arguments before heading to another experimental facility. "How are things going?" she asked the head developer, which was an ordinary-looking woman. "We have been trying to recreate the internal combustion engine with no success. Not to mention, there is still no material that can be used as petroleum yet." Wu Fan became lost in thought momentarily. "Your Highness, would it not be easier to start with the steam engine, then develop electricity before starting with the internal combustion engine?" asked one of her followers. "I already made a decision. But according to our spies, the people of Region 6 might be very close to developing the first steam engine. I already explained to you all. The Immortal does not want to watch the world develop from the steam age to the information age. He wants us to reach the information age as soon as possible. So, there is no need to develop the steam engines since we know they will be abandoned by time." She paused for a moment. "In fact, we could probably skip the internal combustion engine altogether and focus on developing electricity and other forms of energy like solar and wind energy. Then we can delve into nuclear power." Based on the information in her mind, Wu Fan classified the history of technology into different ages: the steam age, the electrical age, the oil age, the nuclear age, and the information age. And each age had different technological advancements that defined them. However, thinking about the entire situation again, Wu Fan realized that the oil age should have been temporary until other forms of energy developed to replace petroleum or other forms of oil. However, that was not the case. Although she did not know the exact reason, she could guess. The elites or powerful ensured that petroleum remained the primary energy source since it was such a profitable industry. Wu Fan concluded all of these things because of a theory she has about the Immortal. She theorized that the Immortal once saw a world of science and technology but could not access it for some reason. So, he decided to recreate it. "Your Highness, this is very risky." "I know, but if we want an advantage over the others, we have to take risks." Just as Wu Fan said these words, all the cultivators felt something change in the sky, so they rushed outside. Then, they saw an enormous scroll that covered the sky with the words, "Congratulations to Region 6 for creating the steam engine." Auspicious clouds and immortal sounds reverberated through heaven and earth for at least half an hour. Then, the scroll divided itself into 2 parts. One contained a list of all the people who contributed to this invention and a number next to their names. The second scroll had the title, "Exchange Lists," with many options, including pills, cultivation techniques, increase in lifespan, etc. Each item had a price on them. So, the immortal wants to use this method to motivate the different regions. And with this method, the cultivators can't take credit for the mortal's work, thought Wu Fun, and she was not the only one. Your Highness. We continue with the plan, said Wu Fun with determination and calmness. Despite her outer appearance, she was under a lot of pressure. It has been only a year, and Region 6 has already made such a groundbreaking accomplishment. Logically speaking, she knew the reason for their success. All the primordial spirit ancestors of the royal had to choose sides, thus dividing their powers. However, the sects in Region 6 grouped together, giving them an advantage. PN0 moreover, Wu Fun discovered that many of her people had not changed their mindset and realized that a new era had come, and its rise would be in the ashes of the old one. It may be that the people of Region 6 are adapting better than us, thought Wu Fun as she sighed. She headed to her palace to plan some things. The first thing she focused on was education. When the immortal enlightened all the people of this world, he also included the children. However, the amount of information sent to their mind was based on their age. So, Wu Fun planned to create schools to teach these students so that they could become scientists and engineers in the future. Furthermore, she planned to make a place for all their knowledge and discovery. It would be a place where the most outstanding scholars of her region could gather and discuss theories and findings. The second aspect she needed to focus on was the mechanical engineering field. She believed it to be the cornerstone of the rapid development of technology. So she will focus on developing it with all her strength. She will even force these cultivators to use their power to accelerate the growth of this industry. Wang Wei watched Wu Fen's actions from a cottage he placed in this world's river of fate. He discovered that changing the fate of this world quickened his understanding of the laws of fate, so he settled here. Then his eyes focused on Region 1, where Wu Minji was the leader. He saw a room protected by the power of law. It seems that I slightly underestimate the royal family's heritage. However, did these guys think a mere heaven-tier artifact could stop me? His sight easily penetrated the room as he watched their conversation. So, it failed? Asked Wu Minji, who sat in a golden chair in the middle of the room. Yes, Your Majesty. Our formation stopped working, so we could not contact the upper realm. The Martial Divine Dynasty has cultivated a few void-shattering realm cultivators throughout its history. They have ascended to a greater thousand world, and even created another foundation in the upper realm. So, Wu Minji wanted to contact them to see if they could help in the situation. So, what do we do now? Asked one of the officials. Keep trying, but in the meanwhile, we'll have to do what this immortal one, replied Wu Minji. Wang Wei then removed his gaze as he ignored these people. He could tell that this world was suddenly invisible and inaccessible from the outside. So, even if these people could contact the upper realm, they would not be able to reach here. Furthermore, even if they could contact them, Wang Wei could suppress anyone who came as long as it was not an immortal tier powerhouse. He then subsequently checked the progress of the other regions, and most of them were sub-Euro, except for Region 3, controlled by Prince Wulong. Wulong was a man that was the definition of a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He stood inside a building with his arm crossed, displaying all his muscles. Standing there, he released an aura that made the workers afraid. Then, one of his associates came to hand him a piece of paper. After looking at it, he nodded his head. Soon, we should have enough guns to start a war. Focusing on developing gunpowder was a great idea, Your Highness. Soon, we can conquer the other regions and take their discoveries and inventions. Wulong nodded his head. He had this idea after discovering that cultivators could not attack mortals or chains would appear on their bodies to seal them. In some severe cases, thunder would fall from the sky and instantly kill those cultivators. So, Wulong realized that he had to fight wars in the most primitive ways while relying on mortals. Then he remembered the weapons used by the mortals in his memories, guns. He quickly had the idea of developing gunpowder to make guns to conquer the other regions and steal their technology or talented individuals. Should I stop him? Thought Wang Wei as he watched Wulong's plan. However, he quickly denied that idea. War is an important aspect that leads to the rapid development of technology. So, it is in his interest to let things develop independently. A year later, Wulong began his invasion. In a relatively short time, he conquered regions 2 and 4. The mortals under him could only make guns at the level of the 1800s, but the cultivators under him could use their divine sense to make modern guns. So, Wulong's army only needed some small training before overwhelming the other 2 regions that never thought of developing guns or modern warfare equipment. Using the transmission array that Wang Wei left, Wulong used a tactic similar to blitzkrieg. He achieved an overwhelming victory. Then he focused on Wu Mingye's Region 1, Wu Fen's Region 5, and the Sec's Region 6. These regions reacted in time by also building guns. However, Wulong had both the technological and population advantage, so his war of conquest continued. With more scientists and engineering in his hand, he created better and better guns, which fastened his conquest. Finally, Wu Fen negotiated an alliance between all 3 regions to combine their military and technological strength. Under this alliance, this world gave birth to the first mechanical factory that could mass-produce guns. With this discovery, the alliance recaptured most of their lost territory. And when they were about to counterattack against Wulong, his side also made their first factory to mass-produce guns, creating an equilibrium in this war. At this time, Wang Wei intervened and limited the transmission array's use. As such, the region leaders discovered a significant issue. The world was too vast, so transportation became a problem, especially when they needed to transport materials for the war. As such, a brief peace enveloped the world as these factions focused on developing their transportation systems. Engineers created things like cars, trains, planes, and helicopters in just a few years. Even tanks appeared on the battlefield. The world entered the oil age, according to Wu Fen's descriptions. Inside the river of fate, Wang Wei looked at everything that occurred. In just over 20 years, they have reached the technology level of World War II. As he gazed at the different factions, he could see that both sides were not trying to develop the atomic bomb before the other and enter the nuclear age. Chapter 485, Scientific Age, 3. Wulong was in a deserted area with many people around him. However, he was slightly distracted as he felt the power surging inside his body. He could feel the origin essence and the spiritual power inside his sea of consciousness. In just a few decades, he broke through the supernatural realm. Wulong knew this would typically be impossible. Amongst all his children, his talent was mediocre. The only reason he had any power in the royal family was his mind and military tactics. Typically, his brother, the ruler of Region 2, would have been the next monarch, not because of his ability or talent. Wulong knew his sister, Wu Fen, had the best cultivation talent and had one of the best political minds amongst the royal children. She should be the best option to become the next sovereign. Unfortunately, her status as a bastard child and being a woman greatly hindered her path forward. However, this was not the main reason she could not rule over the martial divine dynasty. The main reason was that their father loved their 5th brother very much to the point of being biased. So, he would definitely pass the throne to him. Although his talent was not the best, the 5th prince would eventually enter the primordial spirit realm with the resources of the dynasty and secure his position. Luckily, the intervention of the immortal gave the genuinely talented and capable members of the royal family a chance to become the next monarch. Your Highness, everything is ready. Then let's begin. P-0? A few minutes later, Wulong saw an enormous explosion that created a mushroom of clouds thousands of meters high. We succeeded. The power of this bomb is equivalent to divine altar realm. With 100 of them, it is possible to kill supernatural realm cultivators. Wulong nodded in satisfaction as his eyes lit up with excitement. With this weapon, I can quickly conquer the other regions and receive enough resources to reach the primordial spirit realm, he thought. Although he did not participate in creating this weapon, as one of the 6 leaders, he can receive exchange points based on his leadership capabilities. Although it is not as much as some top scientists and engineers, it was still amongst the top echelons. Go check the nuclear radiation, ordered Wulong. A few minutes later, someone came to report back to him. How is it? The radiation is a scary thing. It can even affect the origin essence of supernatural realm cultivators if not careful, replied one of the primordial spirit ancestors with a slightly uncomfortable tone. He did not like this kind of weapon that destroyed nature. Can it be purified? Yes, but it will take time. Excellent, replied Wulong, who wanted nothing to go wrong. We will target the other region's research sites to delay their bomb creation. Then, we will manufacture more bombs to conquer their territory rapidly. A few seconds after Wulong said these words, the sky changed as auspicious clouds and music reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Congratulations to Region 3 for splitting the atom and creating the atomic bomb. Wulong frowned as he did not like that this announcement revealed his region's secret to his enemy, but there was nothing he could do about this. Then, he suddenly felt the ground shake slightly. So, he and others flew into the sky to check what had happened. Then, all the cultivators saw another as marvelous as what happened more than 20 years ago. A mysterious power divided the world into 3 sections. Region 3 along with all the conquered territories, Region 5 and 6. As for Region 1, governed by Wu Minji, Wang Wei divided it into 2 and fused them with Region 5 and 6. As for the monarch, he disappeared along with all his followers. Wulong floated in the sky as he looked in the distance. All he could see was the endless vacuum of space. Prepare to focus on the space program, he ordered. But, Your Majesty, it is obvious that the immortal does not want us to continue fighting, replied his associate. If that were the case, he would have completely banned it instead of using this method. Wulong knew that his strength was military conquest. So, if he used other methods, he believed his chance of succeeding in this competition would exponentially be reduced. Although now he has the advantage of population and resources, he did not think these advantages would last long. The associate opened his mouth to say something but gave up. He understood that the prince had always been like this. He believed deeply in military might to the point of being hard-equals-headed. It's almost like he has something to prove to others, to show that his ideas, which his father previously scoffed at, were correct. With Wang Wei's intervention to separate the different regions, a long period of peace enveloped the world. Each region then focused on developing science and technology. Someone developed the whole wide web along with computers to bring forth the advent of the information age. Not long after this, Wulong's region developed sublight-speed engine and entered the interstellar era. However, the technology is still not developed enough to reach the other regions since many problems would occur during all the attempts. Finally, Region 6 created the first particle accelerator to study atoms and molecules. Wang Wei looked at the scientists gathering data from the accelerator, and a smile appeared on his face. All this accomplishment in only 100 years, not bad. He knew that this progress would have been faster if not for him. His knowledge of science and technology is limited. So, he missed or lacked many things when he modified the world. So, he had to make up for the deficiency based on the research and discoveries of each region, thus slowing down the progress. Suddenly, he felt something, so he focused his gaze on Wu Fen's 5th region. Have they succeeded? He thought with interest. Inside a laboratory, Wu Fen looked at a baby in nutrient fluids while a scientist dressed in ancient clothes and a modern white robe reported to her. After many trials and errors, we can now genetically enhance children to be stronger, faster, smarter, and an average lifespan of 120 years. Excellent! With this technology, we can now manufacture a batch of scientists and engineering, thus accelerating the development rate of our region, replied Wu Fen. Her earlier plans fell apart before they could even begin. But this time, Wu Fen knew she was heading in the right direction. According to my analysis, after Information Age should be the Interstellar Age. However, what comes after that? The Genetic Age. While deep in thought, her watch suddenly ringed, and she checked her message. Then, without saying anything, she rushed to a room located deep underground. You succeeded? So quickly? Asked Wu Fen to a pale scientist who looked like he had not seen the sun for decades. I did succeed. Even I could not believe I succeeded so quickly. Wu Fan took a deep breath before saying, "Academician Shening, why don't you calm down and explain the data?" Shening took a deep breath also to calm down. Although he looked young and had no cultivation, he was over 120 years. He used all his exchange points to increase his lifespan and intelligence. Although most mortals would use them to embark on the path of cultivation, he detested cultivators because of a past event. Nevertheless, he wanted their powers, so he looked to science for the answer. As I proposed to you decades ago, I studied the genetic structure of a cultivator in the body refining realm. Then I created a method for ordinary people to change their genes to evolve. And this is the result. Xing showed a video of two people fighting. One had blood qi flowing through their veins while the other looked ordinary. And yet, he could still keep up with the cultivators in terms of strength, speed, endurance, and other physical stats. I plan next to replicate the genes of Divine Sea cultivators, followed by Divine Altar to create a brand new cultivation system of genetic warriors. Unfortunately, so far, I've been stuck on this step. We have plenty of time, so there is no need to rush, reassured Wu Fan with excitement. She wanted this genetic warrior to flourish not only because it could help her region but because she wanted her mother to have the strength to protect herself after being revived. In the River of Fate, Wang Wei watched this interaction with intrigue. He was responsible for the reason that Shen Ying succeeded so quickly. He placed all the remaining cultivators of this world in deep slumber before linking their brains and soul to form a spiritual biocomputer. Then, he granted unimaginable calculation powers to some gifted individuals to accelerate their research. So, with this aid, Shen Ying could succeed in his research in such a short time. It's a shame this computer could not help comprehend the law, since his calculation powers were many times more powerful than it. Moreover, he felt that his soul resisted any connections to the computer. Let me continue helping him. While Shen Ying lamented the difficulty of his research, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Energy is the main source of the power of cultivators, so the same can be applied to genes. Instead of using origin qi, genetic warriors can condense and use bioenergy. His eyes lit up after having this idea, but he had other confusions. The problem is where to store the energy. The Dantian is an idealistic concept not applicable to the materialistic idea of science of technology. A frown appeared on his face as he contemplated how to deal with this issue. Then, another inspiration flashed in his mind. The cells. An average human body has over 30 trillion cells, not to mention first-stage genetic warriors. The bioenergy can be stored in the cell. Furthermore, I can create two different paths of gene evolution. One relies on amassing bioenergy for evolution, and the other is by imitating the genes of each cultivation stage. Maybe one day, I can understand the genes of a primordial spirit realm ancestor and create a genetic warrior of that level. Without wasting time, Shen Ying returned to his work. Meanwhile, Wang Wei smiled in the River of Fate. He hoped that science and technology would develop to the point of analyzing the genes of a great emperor. He felt that this might be his chance at surpassing the 9 incarnations limits. And, someone gave a 500 coins gift. So here is an extra chapter. Chapter 486 Scientific Age, Finale. Damn it, why is it not working? Cursed Shening aloud. Then he realized that Wu Fan was with him, so he quickly said, "I apologize, Your Highness." "It's all right," she replied calmly as she looked at the experiment. "It is normal for you to fail. Cultivators will undergo a qualitative change from the divine Altair realm to supernatural realm." Shen Ying was aware of this fact since the complexity of supernatural realm's genes was 100 times more complex than divine altar. As such, although he created third-stage genetic warrior on par with divine altar, he has not yet found a way to make the fourth stage. P-0? I'm sorry I could not help with the upcoming war. "There is no need to blame yourself," replied Wu Fan. The fourth stage was only an additional guarantee. Wu Fan left before heading straight to the military headquarters. Everyone saluted her upon arrival, and she took the central seat. A screen projected in front of her showed numerous spaceships. "How is the situation?" "So far, Our fleet has suffered a few defeats at the hands of Region 3, but the situation is still under control. Has the 111th Regiment properly trained? Yes, Your Highness. Then send them. Under her order, the 111th Regiment departed for the interstellar battlefield. In their first encounter with Region 3, their fleet decimated the enemy. As a regiment made of genetic warriors, their ability to maneuver any spaceship was nothing compared to the ordinary people of Region 3. The Immortal forbid cultivators from participating in any conflict. However, this limitation did not apply to genetic warriors. So, in just a month, they annihilated all the fleets of Region 3. Subsequently, this new regiment landed on Region 3's soil before beginning an invasion. With the overwhelming strength, Wulong's army did not have a chance of retaliating. Moreover, Wu Fan targeted all the necessary military bases in the region without giving the latter a chance to react. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned as Wulong did fire a nuclear bomb killing many of the genetic warriors. Luckily, the third stage ones had an intuition for danger, so they ran away from the blast radius. Nevertheless, this was nothing but a desperate attempt of the latter. In over a month, Wu Fan conquered Region 3 and captured Wulong. Following this, she did not waste time before attacking Region 6 and conquering it as soon as possible. She learned from her previous mistake and did not give the sectarian factions the chance to respond as Wulong did. As such, 5 years after Shen-Ing created the first stage genetic warrior, Wu Fan conquered all 3 regions. Wang Wei wanted to act and fuse the regions again. However, he decided otherwise to motivate Wu Fan to develop spatial technology. So far, these regions still have to use his transmission array for many things. From the River of Fate, Wang Wei observed the change over time. 2,000 years passed in this world, and science and technology indeed developed to meet his expectation. Wu Fan did develop spatial technology for travel, and with Wang Wei's secret manipulation, Shen-Ing created 4th to 6th stage genetic warriors. The key to the 4th stage was developing the brain and the mind to see and control the magnetic fields of the body and universe. Then, using the universe's magnetic field to evolve the genes to a high level. Controlling the magnetic field of the universe is the scientific version of controlling the power of heaven and earth. The transition process required enormous energy, so bioenergy came to the stage. Because of this discovery, energy genetic warriors and body genetic warriors were no longer 2 different paths but one of the same. They all need to condense energy in their body to prepare to reach the 4th stage. Afterward, Shen-Ing used exchange points to ask for the blood of void-shattering realm cultivators to create the 7th stage. Unfortunately, he has been stuck in this stage for a few hundred years with little progress. Void-shattering realms and above cultivators are considered pseudo-conceptual beings, so analyzing their genetic structures is not easy. As for Wang Wei, he did not care too much about genetic warriors for the time being. They were an investment for the future, but his main priority was still the trial. So, he focused on the discoveries involving the microuniverse. In just a few hundred years, with the constant modification of the Middle Thousand World, scientists discovered particles like gravitons. Then, they went even further in the microverse and reached the same stage that Wang Wei did with the quasi-emperor ray. Unlike him, who discovered spirit particles, the scientists found 2 bonded particles related to space and time. Although a fantastic discovery, Wang Wei did not care as this was not what he wanted. So, he pushed these people to continue their research. During this stage in the research, Wang Wei felt a limit. It was like going further was entering a forbidden zone that no mortals should. Luckily, the core ideology of science and technology is to allow ordinary people to accomplish godlike feats. So, after 2,000 years of coming to this world, Wang Wei finally made a breakthrough and reached the quantum realm, as he called it. It was a multicolored world where the laws of physics seemed very chaotic. Despite this remarkable discovery, the scientists knew nothing of this realm and how to use it. Even Wang Wei could not make sense of it as well. Furthermore, he discovered he could not reach this realm in other worlds with spiritual qi. Even in mortal worlds where spiritual qi has almost vanished, it was impossible to reach. He tried again, removing another world's spiritual chi before fusing it with the martial divine dynasty world to enjoy Hongjun's protection. Then, he brought the equipment to that world to find the quantum world, but it did not work, so he realized that without modifying the world's laws, his actions would be in vain. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not focus on these anomalies. His primary purpose was to use technology to create something as small as the quantum realm so that even a great emperor could not easily detect it. So, he focused on achieving his objective. After spending another 2,000 years, he finally succeeded, which placed a genuine smile on Wang Wei's face. Many things changed for him in the 4,000 years he spent in this world. First, he condensed the first black hole inside his acupuncture. He finally reached the next stage of the true power realm because of this, the Dragon Elephant Force stage. One Dragon Force was equal to the strength of one middle thousand world. So, one Dragon Force equals the power to destroy a middle thousand world with one punch. However, one Dragon Elephant Force equals 1,000 middle thousand world. So, with his current 2 Dragon Elephant Force, he could destroy 2,000 middle thousand world with one punch. And, previously, 1 Dragon Force equaled 1 quintillion ton of force, but now, I'm retconning this fact. The second change is that Wang Wei reached the peak of the law comprehension stage. Typically, it would not be so fast, but his manipulation of the entire world accelerated his comprehension of the laws of fate. However, he did not care since he still needed to understand 9 more laws before entering the law foundation stage. Unfortunately, unlike the laws of fate, which are easier to comprehend because of his physique and the river of fate, it is complicated to understand other laws in middle thousand worlds. And that's because the laws are incomplete. Hence, void-shattering realm cultivators cannot appear in this world so easily and have to ascend to higher realms to cultivate. After accomplishing his goal, Wang Wei gathered all this world's cultivators and essential individuals. He gave them a choice. They could either stay in this world to continue living and developing science and technology, or he could send them to a great thousand world to continue their journey. However, the people who choose to leave will have their memories and knowledge of science and technology wiped out of their minds. In the end, most cultivators decided to leave. They all long knew this was not their world. As for the previous rulers, 2 people stayed, Wu Fun and Wu Long. And they even chose to change to the genetic warrior system. Without saying anything, Wang Wei sent these people to another world. Then, he activated the formation surrounding the world to put the entire world into a small orb. So, Wang Wei floated in the endless void holding an orb that contained an entire world. He smiled before putting it away in his space ring. He had a lot of expectations for this civilization even though it could not show up in the real world. Finally, Wang Wei squinted his eyes with determination before flying home. On his way, a powerful and mysterious force swallowed him to an unknown location. And during the entire process, he had a calm look on his face as if he expected this. I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so I owe you guys 2 extra chapters which will be released throughout the week. Chapter 487 Fated Enemy. Wang Wei opened his eyes to find himself in an ample space where everything seemed slightly blue. A man with a mask and a saber hanging on his waist floated not far from him. The moment he arrived in this place, his body acted in instinct without thinking as he took out a stone and activated it. A golden light as brilliant as the first dawn of the universe swallowed the masked man. Without hesitation, Wang Wei used the trump cards that saved him from DT on with the intent of instantly killing his opponent and not giving the latter a chance. With this Emperor Tier attack, the masked man should have been annihilated, but a shield of similar strength enveloped and protected him. Nevertheless, blood trickled down from the mask, signaling he was somewhat caught off guard and injured. No matter how much I think I overestimate your capabilities, I'm proven wrong again and again, said the saber wielder, making Wang Wei frown. This attack was not only to kill his opponent but also to open a breach in this space to leave. Since the opponent summoned him here, he summarized that the latter would have a home field advantage. As such, he wanted to break this space to bring the fight to a more neutral environment. Unfortunately, his plan failed. So, Wang Wei began to observe his opponent more clearly. He concluded this person was a man based on his build and voice, but that was all the information he could gather so far. So, he checked the latter's fate line, and his frown deepened. He could not read this person's fate. This fact should not be surprising, as many people have ways to block this ability. P-0? But the odd thing is this person did not use any magical artifacts or techniques, yet Wang Wei could not read his fate. It was like he naturally had this ability. Furthermore, Wang Wei discovered he could not see knots in this person's fate line. Knots signified a person nexus of fate, but this person did not have any. Suddenly, his intuition activated as his body acted on its own again. He turned into a gray rainbow as he rushed toward his opponent. However, the mask easily evaded but did not counterattack. My speed is 12% less than usual, thought Wang Wei, as his mind rapidly calculated the reason for this anomaly. The answer, he concluded, is that his fate law has not adapted to this environment. So, he focused all the dragon elephant force of his fleshly body on his legs. Tiny cracks appeared underneath his feet as he used the very fabric of space as his springboard to launch himself forward. With such momentum and force, Wang Wei almost reached a speed of 1,000,000 times the speed of light. He was so fast it appeared as if he teleported in front of the masked man. Fate Annihilation Fist. Everything turned black and white before the masked man grunted in pain before flying and crashing to the ground. The left side of his body collapsed, but a strange power came from the surroundings to heal him. Something is wrong, thought Wang Wei as he breathed heavily, almost out of breath. With a wave of his hand, a sword turned from his proven Dao artifact appeared in his hand. Then his aura changed to that of the ultimate swordsman. It was like he was a man who lived and died by the sword. Fate Severing. A moon-shaped slash came from his sword to directly target the masked man's fate line. Unfortunately, instead of severing it, the slash passed through it without affecting it in the least. Wang Wei's chest kept moving up and down irregularly as beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. "You're immune to my fate attacks," he wrote in the air. "So, you've noticed so quickly," replied the masked man, laughing aloud like a madman. "Heaven and earth are fair, and there is no absolute or perfection. Everything must follow the order of yin and yang, including fate. So, since fate exists, its antithesis must also exist." "The Tao of free will," wrote Wang Wei. "I prefer to call it Tao of choice, freedom Tao, or better yet, unfettered Tao," said the masked man, his voice containing a hint of gloat. "Knowing that you cultivate the Tao of fate, of course, I had to cultivate something that counters you. I cannot wait to kill you using the Tao, which embodies your lifelong pursuit." Wang Wei was in deep thought. Many people like him want ultimate freedom, and there are many ways to walk on that path. He chose the path of controlling fate to escape its shackle. As for the reason he chose this path instead of cultivating the freedom Tao like this masked man or any other methods, he did not fully know. Ever since he was young, he always knew he wanted to control fate. At first, he thought maybe something that occurred back on Earth instilled that idea in his mind. But after reviewing his experience, he could not pinpoint the decisive moment. Maybe all the pain and suffering I suffered in that void made me realize how cruel fate is. When he reviewed the memories from that time, he could feel the loneliness, despair, and anger, always asking why he had to go through all that suffering. Why him of all people? Maybe because of how unfair he felt fate treated in that void. Once he had the chance, he decided to control it to achieve the ultimate form of freedom. All these thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's head in less than a second. Then his words appeared. "You said it yourself, there is no absolute in this world." He opened his mouth and said, "Death." Although he uttered this single word normally, it echoed throughout the entire surrounding, even shaking the space they were in. His mouth created a sound similar to an infinite amount of strings being plucked, and thus creating enormous vibration of destruction. Moreover, these strings were not normal ones but the strings of fate. Wang Wei recently developed this technique because of his oath of silence, and he called it the roar of fate. A little more than 1,000 years ago, the time of his oath ended, But he did not break it to wait for this exact opportunity. Reject determinism. The masked man used a technique as a silver aura surrounding his body, making him somewhat intangible at least to Wang Wei's attack. As such, even if the entire space shook and numerous destruction ensured in the surroundings, he was intact. Well, relatively. A few of his organs shook, and a hole appeared in his stomach. Unfortunately, he healed in an instant. Sigh, I have to say, you're truly one of the most remarkable individuals I have met. Even though I cultivate a Tao opposite yours, you could still temporarily overwhelm me with pure brute force. Wang Wei ignored him as he continued to breathe heavily, then coughed for no reason. He finally noticed something odd. Have you finally noticed? Said the masked man. Poison. To be specific, a poison targeted specifically to the fleshly body, he replied as he felt the strength of his body reducing at an alarming rate. As I said, heaven and earth are fair, said the masked man. Body refiners are the most powerful individuals in existence. Because their path involved suffering untold hardship and an unimaginable amount of resources, they are more powerful than chi refiners or soul cultivators. This is their reward from heaven and earth. However, all things need to be balanced. So, some things, mostly poisons, are their natural enemy. The masked man raised his hand to condense a blue sphere in his hand and looked at it intently. Dragon binding grass, the rarest type of fleshly body poison, and arguably the most effective one. Do you know there is an interesting story behind this heavenly herb? You're very chatty, aren't you? That will happen when you spend all your life in hatred. Talking helps relieve the pain and loneliness, replied the masked man without looking at him. Then he continued his previous tale. Back during the innate acquired war, the dragon binding grass was not as rare. Instead, it could be found across every world communities. However, during the war, the innate life forms wanted to destroy them entirely as it was the nemesis of their strong fleshly body. However, human body refiners wanted the grass, not to destroy their enemy, but to use it to temper themselves. I find the different cognitive views of humans and these innate life forms fascinating. They seek to destroy anything threatening to them, while we want to use it to grow and develop. I think it is this mindset that makes humans one of the most powerful races in all heaven and myriad worlds. The masked man removed his eyes from the blue orb in his hand to look at Wang Wei. Don't bother using your 10,000 adapt to 1 sutra to stop the poison from weakening you. I have evolved this grass to constantly evolve just to counter your technique. As he felt the weakness throughout his body, Wang Wei looked at the masked man as something finally dawned on him about his trial. Unlike Lin Fan or Jian Wushuang, he had too little emotional or spiritual weakness to use against him. Furthermore, he is more alert than those two since he learned of the trial. And his strength has to be taken into the equation. So, Wang Wei has always wondered how the saber wielder could kill him? If it was a situation similar to Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang, with how fast his mind functioned and his intuition, he could react in time to save himself from danger. He knew this, and so should Heavenly Tao. So, that could only mean he died because of a lack of strength. But who could kill him? With his ability and growth rate, only 2 types of people could kill him: immortal tier powerhouse or heaven chosen like Di Tian. Using an immortal tier cultivator to kill him made no sense. Heavenly Tao could just isolate him and drop divine punishment thunder on him, and that would be easier. Furthermore, his divination never revealed that the saber fiend was an immortal cultivator. Of course, this act would contradict the essence of the trial as a karmic tribulation. As for the second possibility, logically, it made no sense as well. Could Heavenly Tao cultivate a genius on Di Tian's level just to kill him? That would require so much time, energy, and resources. Wang Wei once enlightened in the concept of order that exists in fate, so he had some knowledge of how Heavenly Tao functioned, its rights, and its limitations. As such, he knew it could not intervene as it pleased. It could not choose someone and grant them all the resources and time needed to become as strong as Di Tian. Such an act would break the balance between order and chaos that runs any world. The best Heavenly Tao could do is endowed someone with tremendous luck, sons of destiny. However, luck is not enough for a person to reach Tion's level. So, he concluded that his enemy for the trial would fall in the third category. A brilliant tactician who knows everything about him and counter his ability. The Tao of Heaven involves information and knowledge. It is essentially the path of using information or knowledge to achieve absolutely anything. With heavenly Tao secretly manipulating and feeding this saber fiend with my information, it's no wonder he seemed to know me exceptionally well. As he came to this conclusion, many other events in his life began to fit like a puzzle, for example, Li Jun's actions. Maybe, its real purpose was to affect his state of mind. Meanwhile, Ji Su's action was to weaken him before the confrontation with the saber fiend. "So, who are you?" asked Wang Wei. "For some reason, I cannot sense any hatred from your body. I had to learn to control my hatred or emotions. Otherwise, wouldn't you take advantage of them?" replied the masked man with a breezy and calm tone. "Something is wrong. Why does he seem to be delaying time like me, even though time is in my favor? I need to be vigilant at all times until I cut off his head," thought the masked man, warning himself not to make a mistake as he is so close to his vengeance. "I guess it will be more satisfying to watch you die knowing who kill you. So, I'll show you who I am." Then the masked man removed his mask. Chapter 488 World Collision Tao Opening Sect. Wang Tian sat cross-legged inside his cultivation room to meditate. He was slightly excited since a while ago, news of Huang Yuan's breakthrough into the void-shattering realm traveled throughout the entire myriad emperor world. If he did not count his son, he only had to wait for 4 people to reach this realm before the path of Supreme is open, and he could finally enter the Supreme realm and even higher. As a matter of fact, he could have entered a higher realm a long time ago. He could have traveled to a greater thousand world to make the breakthrough like many people of his generations. He could have used his overwhelming strength to force his breakthrough. There were 2 reasons he did not do this. First, the laws of greater thousand worlds are not as complete as a heavenward world, so a breakthrough there would affect his strength and future progress. But the main one is Supreme Realm's heavenly tribulation. Without using it to temper his Dharma body, he could not reach the full potential of his talent and potential. So, Wang Tian never forced a breakthrough or used other methods. While in meditation he felt something, so he instantly appeared outside, floating in the sky. Many other people arrived with him not long after, including the true monarchs from the Supreme Cottage. They all looked at the sky with severe looks on their faces. Numerous space cracks appeared around the entire domain of the sect. In the distance, a transparent wall manifested that also had cracks. "What is going on?" asked Yu Yen. "World collision," said Fan Lei, the great elder of the Tibetan scripture hall. Since he is in charge of the library, he has read all the scriptures and can be considered a polymath. "Are you saying that our world is colliding with another?" said Yu Yen as she took a while to remember the information she had on this subject. "Wait, isn't that supposed to be an extremely rare phenomenon?" "Indeed. And based on powerful the world wall appeared, it is very likely we are colliding with another heavenward world. It seems we were very unlucky. Except for a few rare ones, all the worlds in the different world communities are static, standing in the void. So, the possibility of crashing into each other should be impossible. However, abnormal and random spatial temporal storms could sometimes affect the space-time continuum of the entire endless void. And these storms would result in worlds from different communities ignoring the concept of distance and motion before colliding. However, this king of natural phenomena is so rare that statistically speaking, it could only happen 1 in every 100 yuan epochs. Immediately, Yu Yen seemed to have thought of something and looked at her husband, and Wang Tian nodded. He immediately contacted his son's clone. "I can't connect to the main body." Wang Tian's face became ugly. He understood that his son's trial had begun, and this world collision was nothing but a mechanism to prevent the sect from helping him in any shape or form. "Activate 4 of the formations," he ordered. Soon afterward, a magic circle formed a dome covering the Tao of sect and the entire domain. A few hours later, the transparent wall finally broke, and the other sides appeared. Our plan worked. We created an artificial world collision. A brand new world to slaughter. Hopefully, it is one with a lot of people. I can finally make some progress in my cultivation. Wang Tian squinted his eyes as he saw the other side. An endless number of cultivators floated in the sky, looking in their direction with greed. They all had blood-colored skins with horns on their head. The horns ranged from 4 to 9, indicating their tier of cultivation. The majority of them did not look human but had things like tails, wings, claws, and fangs. The blood race, muttered Wang Tian. A race that cultivates by absorbing the blood and essence of others. At some point they were part of the devil race. However, after Empress Wu sealed their destiny, the blood race immediately identified themselves as a separate race. Of course, they could only do this because they were another race assimilated by the devil race during their conquest of the endless void. Inside a secret realm, a voice suddenly said, "In the end, even we could not escape. I told you not to interfere." "You know, even if I did not say anything to the kid, this would have happened," replied Wang Wuqing. The voice paused for a moment before sighing, "I hope this kid can survive." "I thought you did not have faith in him?" "I never said that. I only like to prepare for the worst. Don't mention this now. I can sense a great emperor in that world." "I'll warn him not to do anything stupid," said Wang Wuqing. "Are you sure? He should be a first class." The voice knew that Wang Wuqing could barely survive in the hands of first-class emperors. "If it were a normal one, I would not dare. But it is just an ascended first class. Great emperors can continue to understand a higher percentage of the Grand Tao source. Unfortunately, even increasing their comprehension by 1% could take them billions of years, if not more. So, most great emperors would preach to the world to repay their karma. And this act served a few purposes. After preaching, the source chi space will open to refill the spiritual chi used by cultivators in the generation. And based on how good the emperor's preaching process was, the spiritual chi between heaven would increase. Additionally, the Tao rhymes from the emperor's preaching session will be absorbed by the myriad emperor world source, thus strengthening the world slightly. The more powerful an emperor, the more benefit to the source, mainly used to heal all the damage caused by the cultivators' fighting and destruction. Moreover, if a great emperor does a truly outstanding job at preaching, Heavenly Tao would reward them with merits that can give them an extra 1 to 2% increase. However, these cases are sporadic. Most emperors would then ascend to the higher dimension because the environment suited their cultivation better. However, not all of them want to do this. Whether out of fear or caution, some of them would stay in the lower dimension and continue cultivating. As long as these emperors hide, do not prevent the arrival of the heaven will in the next generation, or do anything that negatively affects the entire endless void, true heavenly Tao will ignore them. And if these emperors are lucky and patient enough to reach a higher class than when they first absorbed the heaven will, they will be referred to as ascended. Plus, you know these types of people do not like trouble, so I doubt he would even interfere without my warning, added Wang Wuqing. Alright, I will go wake up Sword 1 and Origin 1. Isn't that too much? Sword 1 and Origin 1 were cultivated personally by the Qiyuan Emperor and the Sword Empress as the ultimate weapon of the sect. They are the pinnacle of insurgent heaven chosens. Each can fight and defeat first-class emperors with 19% Tao source, and with a few emperor artifacts, they can fight against 20% Tao source. And as long as they worked together and used all the sect's resources, they could protect it from a pseudo-eternal emperor for a few thousand years. They are one of the main reasons that the Tao opening sect could survive for so long. We need to warn Heavenly Tao not to go too far, replied the voice. Plus, these blood races are a great tonic. We can kill a few of their immortal cultivators as resources. All right, said Wang Wuqing before disappearing from the secret realm. He appeared at the entrance of another hidden realm in the Blood Abyss world. His vision penetrated the space where he saw an enormous eye with no body or other parts. Then he released his aura. P-0? The Evil Eye Emperor opened his eye to look at the visitor. This aura, the origin system. Damn it, the myriad emperor world? Why did it have to be them? I knew that deal was too good to be true. After thinking for a moment, it closed its eyes to show its position. Then Wang Wucheng left, making the Evil Eye Emperor sigh in relief. He always does things behind the scene and does not like confrontation. He secretly manipulated the blood race to invade the other worlds in their world communities so that he could use the slaughter aura released by the ongoing massacre to cultivate. So, after a few Yuan epochs, he managed to secretly elevate himself from the middle end of the second class to very close to the first class. Then, he noticed the blood race wanted to create an artificial world collision. Feeling that something was wrong, he calculated the secrets of heaven to discover that some heavenly Tao was manipulating these people for a supreme outlaw trial. So, he decided to intervene immediately, but heavenly Tao made a deal with him. He would get some merit to increase his comprehension by 0.3% in exchange for his help. The Evil Eye Emperor quickly accepted since that was all he needed to ascend to first class. But he did not expect the person tested to be from the myriad Emperor world. This person must be a unique supreme outlaw, thought Evil Eye. He knew that there was a difference between supreme outlaws. Some of them have reached the best state of mind, Tao heart, are extremely intelligent and cunning, have a strong background, and, more importantly, have a high chance of discovering the existence trial on their own. Heavenly Tao will take time and effort to plan the trial for these types of outlaws. True Heavenly Tao will even give some of its power to whatever world's Heavenly Tao where a unique supreme outlaws shows up. As such, their trials will often involve other world communities or heavenly worlds. As a matter of fact, there was once a rumor that the innate acquire war was the trial of an outlaw. Of course, the Evil Eye did not believe such nonsense, but these rumors alone proved how crazy these trials could be. I hope these guys are not massacred too bad, thought the Evil Eye Emperor as he ignored everything else. Chapter 489 Identity. Wang Tian looked at the people on the other side of the formation with great anger. If it was not for these bastards, he could be doing a lot to save his son. And yet, he could stay here and be useless. Nevertheless, he was still a sect master and knew to analyze the situation to best deal with it. He spread his divine sense to sense the surroundings and realized the situation was a little more serious. Only their sect's domain is caught in the collision, while the blood race seem to have a few more, meaning they might have to fight multiple emperor lineages. Typically, the 9 emperor formations should be enough to protect the sect. Still, if the blood race used their collective emperor artifacts and weapons, they might be able to break the formation. So, we must not let them approach our sect, thought Wang Tian. So, he immediately began to organize the disciples and elders. The formation hall trained all the disciples to use formations to fuse their strength and protect themselves. In times of war, they had to organize themselves according. Wang Tian activated the sword hall, where his army and general from the previous generation cultivated. He mobilized the alchemy hall to provide healing and sudden strength increase pills, talisman halls for defensive, attack, and healing talismans. The weapon refining hall loaned better weapons to the disciples while also using their recent project, a puppet army. Finally, he ordered the Shadow Guard to infiltrate the enemy's line and create as much chaos as possible and possibly affect their command chief if they had any. As Wang Tian watched all the people rushing to follow his order, he frowned slightly. He felt they took too long, given the current situation. Then, he remembered a conversation he had with his son. Why I was right. I should have made the mandatory drills, he suggested. His son once suggested having emergency drills for the entire sect every 1,000 years so the disciples and elders could respond in time in case of an emergency. However, he vetoed the idea because the process would waste resources, and he did not think the sect needed to prepare for any genuine danger. After all, they were the most powerful. Who dared to challenge them? Wang Tian now realized how his unconscious hubris got the best of him. He shook his head as he decided to watch out for these subtle changes in his state of mind. And he will also take this opportunity to warn all the disciples and elders so that they realize there is no absolute in this world. Even their sect could face a catastrophe anytime, whether man-made or natural. By the time everyone got in their position, the blood race had already begun to attack the sect's formation with their emperor artifacts. Wang Tian swung his sword and cut one of the quasi-emperor with an emperor artifact in his hand into 1,000,000 pieces, including his soul. Then, a subarray came from the sect's emperor formation and sealed the emperor artifact before dragging inside. Wang Tian led the charge out of the formation with everyone behind him. Myriad sword chi rain. An incalculable number of blue lights appeared within 1,000,000 kilometers radius before falling on the ground like rain. And every time these blue lights hit a member of the blood race, someone would have from the sky. It did not matter whether they had 4, 6, 9, or even a 9th horn that was golden in color. The sword chi will cut their souls and kill them. And this was not the end of Wang Tian's attack. He looked in the distance to see a desert, so he waved his sword again. Every single sand particle in that desert turned into sword chi to ravage the blood race. With this attack, he killed 2 golden horn blood races or quasi-emperors with emperor artifacts. Unfortunately, the array hall could only seal one of them while the other ran away. Obviously, the blood race was on guard against them. "Blood source world," screamed one of the blood races, and many people followed him to say the word. The environment changed as an illusory world containing more blood people appeared behind these people. Immediately after the world projection appeared, these blood races' aura drastically increased, and their black horns had runes appearing on them. A bloodline system that can develop something similar to domain at the 7th tier? Thought Wang Tian before slashing his sword again. Unfortunately, he only killed a few 100,000 seven horns blood race this time. The 8 and above horns instantly regenerated themselves after dying, while a few blocked his attack. In that case, let's go all out. Domain expansion, unlimited sword cut. Wang Tian's surroundings changed as well. It was as if he had become his own small world. Then, the blood race finally understood what terrible mistake they had made. Everything in Wang Tian's domain was a sword. The soil on the ground, the grass, the clouds, the air they breathe, and even the spiritual chi between heaven and earth turned into a sword cut that killed everything in its path. Moreover, his domain had long reached the limit of 1,263 trillion kilometers, so almost everything in its range died. "Tana, don't kill all of them?" Wang Tian looked in the direction of his wife, who also expanded her domain. Everything around had turned into darkness. "What do you mean? They are great resources. Capture them instead." Wang Tian frowned as he wanted to vent his anger on these people, but he realized this was not the time to act on emotions. Instead, he should have faith in his son and act in the best interest of the sect. He looked at the clone in the distance with relief. As long as it did not disappear, things were still manageable. So, Wang Tian's cut the blood race's cultivation level, thus essentially sealing them. Then, he rushed into their Blood Abyss World's camp without a care in the world. Anything or anyone who stood in his path was either killed or sealed. No one could stop him. Even when some of the blood race members combined their blood source world to stop them, he just cut their entire world. So, with Wang Tian's rampage, a battle that should have taken a few days ended in a few hours. Both sides decided on a temporary truce to wait for the world collision to end and for their respective worlds to return to normal. To be precise, the blood race could not wait for this horror to end. In the Tao opening sect, Wang Tian looked at one of the elders and asked, "How are the casualties on our side?" More than 50,000 disciples died, and 3 saint elders also perished. As the true monarchs, they were only injured but no casualty. Wang Tian frowned. "Where are the bodies?" After getting the answer, he flew to the location. Looking at the dead disciples, he took out his sword and slashed forward. Death concept cutting. With that one swing, he cut off the concept of death on these disciples. Then, something incredible happened. All 50,000 disciples opened their eyes in confusion as they were brought back to the land of the living. "Sect Master, there is no need to do this," said one of the great elders, and the others who arrived also agreed with them. However, the now pale-looking Wang Tian shook his head. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind the death of these disciples since they knew long ago they should die for the sect. But he did not like the fact they died because of Heavenly Tao's scheme. So, he raised his hand to slash again. This time, his target was the two saint elders. Wang Tian coughed a mouthful of blood, and his face became paler. Then, like the disciples, the elders also returned to the land of the living. P-0? Yu Yen landed next to her husband to support him. "Thank you, sect master," said the 50,000 disciples and 3 elders. After nodding to them, he flew back to his quarters under his wife's support. "How is it?" asked Wang Chong, who waited for them on the Wang clan's mountain. "I will be fine after a few years of recovery." Wang Chong nodded before patting his son on the shoulder, a little complex emotion in his eyes. He saw the battle and knew how his son had surpassed him. Truth be told, he knew long ago but pretended not to lose face. "I'm very proud of you." "Thank you," replied Wang Tian with a smile before a touch of sadness flashed in his eyes. "If only I could do that back then. There's no point in thinking about this. Your mother lived a happy and fulfilling life. And when she died, she had a brilliant smile on her face." Wang Tian agreed before heading into the mansion. "Don't worry about that brat. If there is someone who could pass this trial, it would be him." Wang Tian paused for a moment before continuing walking. Wang Wei looked at the young face with red eyes containing unimaginable hatred. The person had white hair, but Wang Wei could tell it was not because of choice or a strange physique. No, this change occurred because of intense emotions, most likely grief. "Who are you?" asked Wang Wei. He could remember everyone he met, but this face was one of them. "My name is Zhen Chao, Patriarch Zhen Yong's son." "Zhen Yong from the Warring State world? Didn't I order the extermination of your clan?" "You did," replied Zhen Chao. "However, your lackeys did not know how to deal with the members who had leakless bodies, since you did not give specific instruction, so I survived the massacre." Wang Wei remembered a conversation over 10,000 years ago during the Qi Luck trial. Back then, he had just finished tempering his skin from the explosion of the secret realm. His officials did mention they did not deal with the leakless bodies member of all the noble clans. Unfortunately, the trial was coming to an end, so Wang Wei did not care about a bunch of people who could not cultivate. "Your identity still does not make sense. My subordinate would never allow Zhen Yong's direct bloodline from surviving." "You're right," replied Zhen Chao with a smile full of despair, pain, and hatred. "I was only a bastard son, so I was not even registered in the clan ancestors' hall." A slight reminiscence flashed in his eyes. "Even so, my father treated my sister and me quite well. He would secretly come to see us, and we would spend time as a family. Although I could not cultivate, this was not the same for my sister as she was pretty talented. My father promised to secretly cultivate her as the backbone of the Zhen clan. Unfortunately, he cut off all contact when you people invaded our world. Then, one day, my sister decided to visit him personally." Pain appeared on Zhen Yong's face as he remembered that moment. "I tried to persuade her. Unfortunately, I could never say no to her when she begged me for something. Yi, do you know how much I regretted that day? The same day we decided to visit was the day your lackeys chose to wipe out the Zhen clan. At the last minute, she forcibly placed me in one of the rooms before using a high-level talisman to hide me. So, I survived, but I wished I did not." Zhen Chao returned to his calm and peaceful mood as he looked at his hand. "I could hear her final scream before she died, and I was powerless to do anything as I uselessly punched the door of the room. Not long after that, I had to watch my father publicly executed. And when I returned home, my mother hanged herself out of grief. I was left alone, with no one in this world." Zhen Chao raised his head to look at the calm Wang Wei. "You know, she was only 15 years old, about to turn 16 the next month. All she wanted was to see father for her birthday. Don't you have anything to say? Do you want me to apologize or say I regret my actions?" said Wang Wei. "Maybe not, but at least show some remorse." Wang Wei looked at his hands. "Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. At this point in my life, I have so much blood in my hand that your sister's life or even your entire family is inconsequential. What should I expect from a monster like you? But don't worry, after I cut off your head, I will use it as an offering on their grave." Wang Wei ignored him as he seemed to have figured out something. He looked at Zhen Chaos Fate line again as his eyes lit up. Are you by any chance a... And I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so here is an extra chapter with another coming later this week. Chapter 490 Fateless. Are you a Fateless? Asked Wang Wei. So, you finally figured it out. Wang Wei paused before laughing out loud, as many things again clicked in his mind regarding this trial. Is that envy I detect in your eyes? Said Jin Chao with a gloating sneer. But Wang Wei did not answer him as he thought about many things. The luck trial occurred every generation, so different emperor lineages have a world they usually conduct it in. However, in this generation, the Great Wu dynasty discovered a new world and thought it would be a great idea to change from the previous world to challenge the Heaven Chosens. The Dao Opening sect agreed with a few others. Meanwhile, other sects like the Sword Casting Villa and the Een Moon Palace continued using the old world. However, in this world, there happens to have an extremely rare fateless individual. What is a fateless being? Well, as the name suggests, a person who is not bound by fate the moment they are born. After the wheel of fate weaved their fate line, they became invisible, not influenced by fate. The lives of mortals are determined from birth. Every waking moment of their existence is already determined. Unless an outside force intervenes in their lives and changes their fate, their lives are already determined from birth. Cultivators are different. The moment they began to cultivate, they began to slowly change their fates as their futures were determined by their choice. Unfortunately, cultivators still have nexus of fate, or events that will happen to them no matter what. So, it could be argued that cultivators do not genuinely control their fates. After all, no matter their choice or decision, their nexus event will still occur. So, did they truly have the power to change their fate since they are destined to lead to their fate nexus? Luckily, as this Shun Chao said, there is no absolute or perfection in heaven and earth, including fate. According to the order of the universe, some individuals will be born without the restraints of fate. All their choices and decisions are determined by them the moment they are born, and they do not have nexus of fate. These people essentially achieve freedom the moment they are born. So, Wang Wei knew that it was not a coincidence he encountered a fateless during his trial and became his enemy. Adding to that, a fateless who cultivates the Tao of free will was the perfect combination. That means Heavenly Tao has been planning my trial even before the luck trial. Maybe it started when I created my heavenly physique. No, maybe even since I was young. He concluded someone becoming an outlaw is based on intent. Ever since he was young, he wanted to control fate and was very vocal about his desire. So, Heavenly Tao classified him as an outlaw and began to plot against him. Wang Wei even suspected his physique's ability to ignore the price for divination was Heavenly Tao's subtle hint for him to abandon his path and focus on cultivating the Tao of destiny, or a part of fate. Haha. I could not believe the noble and powerful sacred son would be jealous of a lowly commoner like me, said Jin Chao. Well, it is understandable. After all, I was born with something you have to work for your entire life: freedom. Now that I said it out loud, I realize how much of a beautiful word it is. Freedom? Said Wang Wei with a sneer. So what if you're a fateless? Without strength, you were still manipulated like a puppet. P-0? What do you mean? Wang Wei squinted his eyes. So, you don't even know about the trial? Well, that would make sense since who would want to be a pawn willingly? What do you mean by this? It's just as I said. Everything that happened to you is the result of Heavenly Tao manipulating your life to become my enemy. So, you could say that all the tragedy in your life is because of it. Liar. Why would Heavenly Tao do such a thing? Apparently, it is to test me. Zhen Chaos' eyes briefly became bloodshot before taking a deep breath to calm down. I know you're lying. And why would I do that? Of course, to affect my state of mind. Wang Wei smiled before waving his hand to show an image recording of his memories. It mainly focused on his conversation with the old beggar about the outlaw trial and information about Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang's trial. Suddenly, Zhen Chao felt many unexplained events in his life made sense. He always thought he was a very lucky individual, similar to a son of destiny, which explained these events. But now, it is very easy for you to make up these memories, said Zhen Chao calmly while secretly clenching his teeth. However, Wang Wei only smiled at him without saying anything else. Sometimes, being too intelligent is not a good thing. Now that he has bought himself enough time to seal the poison in his body, he can go on the offensive again. Unfortunately, this poison is so unique that Wang Wei would need a lot of knowledge about it to use Wu Hong's scripture to seal it. Nevertheless, he still regained a little strength, preventing his body from deteriorating further. However, he also knew that he did not have long. This poison was evolving, and it was only a matter of time before the seal became useless. Wang Wei tried to use the black hole inside his acupoint to deal with it, but his acupoint, which he nourished to be even bigger than a universe, almost collapsed the moment a small poison entered. So, he understood why this thing was referred to as the nemesis of body refiners. Wang Wei rushed toward Zhen Chao to punch him, but the latter easily evaded his attack. Then, countless strings surrounded the latter, but Zhen Chao just passed through these strings with no difficulty. Fate confinement. Wang Wei controlled the fate of the surrounding space to block Zhen Chao's path and confined him. Space freedom. After using this technique, Zhen Chao bypassed the space imprisonment. However, immediately afterward, he found a terrible gravity that weighed on him, pausing him. Gravity spell? Thought Zhen Chao. However, in this short pause, Wang Wei already reached in front of him and punched him. Boom! Using his fleshly body strength and the origin essence in his body, Wang Wei landed a solid hit and sent Zhen Chao flying crashing in the ground. Regrettably, less than a second later, Zhen Chao dug himself from the ground with blood on the corner of his mouth. Even though I used the physical force freedom technique, his attack still did a number on me. Even weakened, this monster is still a monster. He raised his head to look at Wang Wei, who was bleeding from his mouth, and smiled. When the opponent's fist contacted him, he removed the fate reversal that he was using on his fleshly body to prevent it from further deteriorating. This kid is really my antithesis, thought Wang Wei as he realized he could no longer use his fate reversal technique to return his fleshly body to its prime. In that case, let's focus on the other techniques I know. Wang Wei then used the Yu clan's light scripture to rush toward his enemy. He turned into a golden light to rush toward Zhen Chao while also placing a powerful gravity enough to collapse several universes. As for Zhen Chao, he calmly used several other techniques: gravity freedom, wind freedom, friction freedom, weight freedom. Then, his speed reached several million times the speed of light. Using this speed, he did not confront Wang Wei head-on but evaded all his attacks with ease. No matter what Wang Wei tried, the guys would use his speed to evade or ignore it altogether. So, his tactic is to buy enough time until I'm weak to the point of being helpless. I can't believe you're such a coward that you won't even face me head-on. Such a low-level method, I expect better from you. I wonder how your sister would feel if she saw your current self, said Wang Wei with a smile, which appeared devilish to Zhen Chao. You better leave her name out of your mouth. She probably looked up to you as a child, a big brother who protected her from the scorn of being a bastard child. Then, when she heard you could not cultivate but she could, I guess she made it her goal to be the one who protects you. I wonder how she would react if she saw your current cowardly side, running away from the man who caused her death. I wonder what her eyes would look like. A red aura made of immense killing intent surrounded Zhen Chao as he looked at Wang Wei. He slowly placed his hand on the saber on his waist before pulling it out. As you wish, I will no longer allow your breath to taint this world. Don't worry, I promise you that your death will not be as swift as my family. Chapter 491 Cave Heaven. Zhen Chao rushed toward Wang Wei with his superior speed. Luckily for the latter, he was only slower, but his reaction time was on par, if not better, so Wang Wei could react in time. Pain of the heart, as Zhen Chao swung his saber and it clashed with Wang Wei's fist. At first, it appeared that it did not do any damage, but this attack ignored his defense and went straight for his heart. Knowing that his current weakened self could not tank this attack, Wang Wei had to change status. So, he created a barrier of origin essence to protect his heart. At the same time, when the two clashed, Wang Wei's eyes turned black as he fired his heavenly destruction flame in the form of laser eyes and burned a hole a few centimeters deep into Zhen Chaos' body. Zhen Chao ignored his severe injury and swung his blade once again. Tear of despair. This saber attack was a spiritual one that focused on illusion. So, after hitting Wang Wei, he experienced the intense pain and despair that Zhen Chao experienced as he watched his family die one after the other. Unfortunately, with his spiritual power, this attack was nothing but a joke to him. It was evident that Zhen Chao was so angry that his state of mind was greatly affected. Otherwise, he would never make such a low-level mistake. Nevertheless, this was Wang Wei's chance, so he took this opportunity to annihilate his opponent. Chaos Flame Calamity. A strange flame enveloped Zhen Chao to burn him into ashes. The flame would change color every second. It had no visible or noticeable temperature, yet, it seemed capable of burning everything in existence. Despite not being in a sane mind, Zhen Chao still had some battle instinct he could rely on. So, the moment he saw the flame, he used the technique, Flame Freedom, to counter Wang Wei's Chaos Flame. And to some extent he did. He blocked some of the flame but not all of it. His left turned into ashes. Then he swung his saber to create a moon-shaped slash. Defense Freedom Slash. This attack ignored Wang Wei's external defensive shield before targeting his soul, inner organs, and cells to destroy him on a cellular level. Even the origin essence barrier he made to protect himself seemed to be ignored. So, he further condensed his energy to temporarily reach a high level before recreating the energy shield in the target parts. This method was feasible as it slowed down the attack, but he was still injured. This Zhen Chaos fleshly body is quite powerful, probably on par with Lin Fan, thought Wang Wei when he saw the hole inside his stomach had healed, and he regrew his arm. Plus, he seemed to have some strange method to remove the Di realm power from his body. Wang Wei then began to observe the surroundings to gather more knowledge. He had previously noticed that the space around was unnatural. No matter what attack he used or how often their powers clashed, the space never broke, only a few small gaps would appear. Additionally, he noticed Zhen Chao was slowly becoming more and more powerful with time, and the boost of his strength seemed to come from the surrounding, similar to using the power of heaven and earth. After gathering all the information together, Wang Wei concluded something. This should be another cultivation system version of a saint's domain. However, no matter how powerful a domain is, it should still have some limits. Even in cultivation systems that cultivate universes inside their bodies, their worlds will not be so solid and sturdy. So, I'm missing something important. While Wang Wei analyzed the situation, he tried to evade Zhen Chaos mad attacks. At first, he could avoid the slashes, but Zhen Chaos attacks became free from distance, or traveling and directly reached him. So, he had to create hundreds or thousands of energy barriers inside his body with condensed origin essence to block them. And despite this, blood still trickled down the corner of his mouth. No more wasting time, thought Wang Wei. He controlled the innate qi inside his divine sea from the qi flower to prepare for an ultimate attack. It was a shame that he previously used most of it. To nurture his acupoints to the point of condensing a black hole, Wang Wei needed a lot of time. So, he created a shortcut by combining star powers with innate qi, drastically reducing the time. So, he only had a little of all the innate qi he condensed after thousands of years. He used half the innate qi to power up the seal he placed on the dragon binding grass poison to temporarily render it useless. He then used the second half to wash his fleshly body and return to his peak state for a few seconds. Wang Wei then instantly appeared in front of Zhen Chao, who was midway through a swinging action of his saber. A purple aura appeared around Wang Wei's fist as he punched. Destruction Energy Fist. The purple aura combined all the elements or attributes that he knew: light, darkness, shadow, flame, thunder, vibration, slaughter, death qi, innate qi, space, etc. Given the situation, he created this technique to deal with Zheng Chao during this battle. Furthermore, he managed to use the two-dragon elephant force of his fleshly body behind this attack. Wang Wei even used his young emperor's pseudo-domain to reduce Zhen Chaos power by half. Boom! The entire space shook heavily before Zheng Chao flew to the ground. Before reaching the ground, his body exploded into nothingness, not even leaving a single drop of blood. Only his head survived and crashed to the ground. Wang Wei frowned as he felt most of his attack was directed to another place, which saved Zheng Chao and even protected his soul. So, he did not hesitate before rushing toward the remaining head to destroy it. However, before arriving, the head disappeared, and Wang Wei could not sense it anywhere. Then, he instantly used the technique he learned from Suya to locate people based on a special aura their emotions released. So, he flew to a mountain 100,000 kilometers away. In the normal eyes, there was nothing in this mountain, but his eyes could see a separate space, so he punched to destroy it. Wang Wei saw a perfectly intact Zheng Chao who kept muttering something to himself. What's more concerning is this Zhen Chaos eyes are cleared, no longer clouded in hatred and negative emotions. I pursued a higher self, a self free from pain, despair, and grievance, a self free from the trauma of the past, muttered Zheng Chao for the third and final time before looking at Wang Wei calmly and saying, "Using your words to bring the darkness from my heart, this technique should be from your mother's sutra. Adding it to your ability to get to affect people's minds with your words, what a terrifying combination." He trained himself for years to prevent his opponent from taking advantage of his state of mind. Yet, he still almost died in the end. P-0? I'm curious about something. Why do you know so much about me? Asked Wang Wei, wanting to buy time. His body had returned to his original weak state. No, he was now even weaker than before. The poison's adaptability was even more severe than anticipated. It adapted to the innate qi and removed the seal inside his body. Moreover, this poison became even fiercer after contacting the innate qi inside his body. It was like a starving ghost that finally discovered food and water after days of traveling in the desert without any provisions. Of course, Wu Hong told me, replied Zheng Chao. With a calm look on his face, Wang Wei said, "You know, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Unfortunately, a fake will never be the same as the original." You're right, said Zheng Chao. Things have gotten out of control, he thought. By now, his fleshly body would have been completely useless, and his infinite divine sea empty. However, somehow, he seemed to have infinite origin essence. He knew his information would not be 100% accurate, but things have deviated way more than expected. Zheng Chao suddenly began to question how easily it was to gather that information, especially after what Wang Wei said about being a pawn. However, he realized he did not care. So what if he was a pawn? As long as he could kill this man. Anyways, he has done worse things. Let's use that trump cards. A mirror appeared in front of Zheng Chao, and from that mirror came a transparent figure of Wang Wei, who then fused with Zheng Chao. Immediately, his aura drastically increased. Then, the power of fate flashed across his eyes. Zheng Chao clenched his hand to feel the power flowing inside his body. Is this how powerful you are? And an anomaly as well. Although I have all your spiritual strength, the quality of my soul could barely reach 10% of yours. You truly are a monster, he said. Well, it does not matter, said Zheng Chao, smiling so brilliantly that all his white and shining teeth were displayed. It will be very cathartic to kill you with your own power. Wang Wei looked calm on the surface while secretly cursing on the inside. He did not even know how this bastard could copy his power without his detection. More importantly, he had to find a way to survive long enough for his plan to succeed. His intuition told him that this was not close to being Zhen Chaos' final trump card. Chapter 492. Before I kill you, I will give you a gift. Zheng Chao showed his palm, which had a few small floating lights. My spirit particles. I know you revive yourself even if one of them exists, so I had to secret track down the ones you scattered in the endless void. It was quite a pain. However, I did meet an interested individual called Chuemo. When I tried to remove the spirit particle from his soul, it detonated and instantly killed him. I wonder what secrets he knew that you were so cautious. Wang Wei sighed. One of the backup plans he had to pass this trial was to hide some spirit particles in the endless void to revive himself later on. However, Heavenly Dao seemingly calculated this outcome and took preventive measures. As for Chuemo, he had memories of Earth. Of course, Wang Wei would take precautions. This Zhen Chao should have some understanding of karma or a karma treasure to track all my spirit particles. Well, I guess it does not matter now. Zhen Yao turned into a gray rainbow before rushing toward Wang Wei to punch him. A magic circle with numerous runes appeared before him, blocking the attack and instantly redirecting the force. Unfortunately, Zhen Chao ignored the attack and increased his punch's force, sending Wang Wei flying away. More magic circles appeared on Wang Wei's path to catch his body and remove the attack's force. At the same time, many more magic circles appeared around Zhen Chao, with myriad chains coming from them to tie him up. But with a wave of his hand, he destroyed the chains and the formation. I almost forgot you were a Grandmaster Array and Talisman Maker. You even reached the stage when you can use instant arrays. Unfortunately, I am now one too. Fate-severing Zhen Chao swung his saber to create a swift moon-shaped slash. A temporary transmission array swallowed Wang Wei to teleport him to another direction and evade the attack. Visits. For the best no_vel_read_ing experience, but the moment he appeared, Zhen Chao caught his fate line and yanked him in his direction before punching him in the face with the two-dragon elephant force. Luckily, at the last meeting, Wang Wei used several techniques to reduce the attack's impact. He created a swallowing talisman to absorb some of the force, a force redirecting array to redirect the remaining force of the attack, and an origin essence barrier. Nevertheless, his skull still cracked under the blow, making his head dizzy as he flew away. Zhen Chao did not want to give his opponent the ability to react, so he tried to rush to finish the job. However, hundreds of thousands of arrays appeared around him. From half of these arrays emerged enormous black holes, while the remaining half contained a sealing method. Zhen Chao used the future Buddha self to look in the future before frowning. Based on the future he saw, he realized he did not wholly inherit the enemy's power. For example, he used Wang Wei's knowledge to attack the flaws of these arrays and destroy them. But he realized some of the arrays were too complex for his current knowledge. More importantly, Wang Wei still had higher calculating powers because of his soul quality. So, the speed at which he destroyed the array cannot compare to the rate Wang Wei created them. So, Zhen Chao used his knowledge to destroy some of the sealing arrays and his raw strength to forcibly destroy the others. As for the black holes, he ignored them even after they exploded. The explosion of hundreds of thousand black holes did injure Zhen Chao. Some parts of his body like his arms, ribs, and head seemed to have been crushed inward. Unfortunately, he healed in an instant and returned to his peak state. Then, Zhen Chaos aura suddenly increased as he boosted himself again with his freedom techniques. Wang Wei cursed internally after seeing this. He thought the latter could not use his freedom Dao with his power. But he was wrong. Zhen Chao just wanted to use his power to humiliate him. But now, it appeared that he no longer wanted to play. So, before Wang Wei could do anything, he saw Zhen Chao standing in front of him, and his two arms were cut off. Then, Zhen Chao swung his saber to cut off Wang Wei's legs. But an odd armor appeared to protect him. It was an armor made of runes and magic circles. *I. A perfect combination of weapon refining and array masters. It could even be considered the pinnacle of both these professions, said Zhen Chao. You're truly an unparalleled genius. Then, Zhen Chao raised his saber to continue chopping. He knew this armor would not last long. Wang Wei's face was pale inside the armor as he stopped the bleeding in his arm. He did not care about Zhen Chaos' compliment. Visits. For a better user experience to become a high-level profession, a cultivator needs 4 things. A lot of origin essence, spiritual strength, comprehension, and resources. Spiritual strength and comprehension are the most important and the foundation. A lot of origin essence is needed to reach the stage where you can create instant arrays or talisman. Additionally, all these professions use divine runes, so they overlap. It is typical for one master in one field to quickly master another with enough time and resources. As such, he did not think it was a big deal that he had such an accomplishment in these fields with his comprehension and spiritual strength. Plus, he knew there were probably a few more accomplished people than him in each field and even a few masters who excelled in all of them. Wang Wei looked at his arm while furrowing his brow. His fleshly body was not completely useless and even a hindrance to him. So, he could not use it to heal or regenerate. Typically, he should be able to convert his origin essence and the spiritual qi inside his divine si into vitality or life energy to heal or have some regeneration capabilities. Or use his life and death innate talent. Unfortunately, Zhen Chao used his own Di realm against him. So, Wang Wei could feel two identical wills battling inside his arm, preventing him from healing. After slashing his saber 3 times, Wang Wei's rune armor broke into millions of pieces. So, Zhen Chao went for the finishing move again. However, this time, a black tortoise's shell protected Wang Wei. Emperor artifact? I have one of those too, said Zhen Chao before taking another silver saber out of nowhere. He clashed his sword against the shell, making Wang Wei vomit a mouthful of blood. And with each class, the latter's complexion became paler. Damn it, this is why I don't like using Emperor artifacts, thought Wang Wei as he felt his origin essence being swallowed like it was caught in a black hole. If he was in peak state, he could use the blood energy from his fleshly body, his spiritual strength, law, and his energy to keep a perfect balance and use the artifact. But now, his fleshly body and law were useless, and his spirit strength was at a high time low because of all the quasi-emperor instant formations he used. The only thing he had for him was his energy, but now that was a problem. Wang Wei focused on his qi flower to force it to produce more spiritual qi as he converted them into origin essence. Zhen Chao swung his sword, and this time, a swallowing power manifested to devour Wang Wei's origin essence and make the situation worse. If I run out of energy, not only will the artifact stop working, I will truly be defenseless. In that case, there is no need to hesitate. Wang Wei concentrated for a moment before his face became very ugly to look at it. So, you finally noticed, huh? Wang Wei did not answer him as he checked again, and the result was the same. He discovered a seal in his seal connected to one of his 3 immortal souls, the bright spirit soul. Visit. For a better user experience, he planned to remove part of the seal to gain access to a little bit of the store's spiritual strength to help in his situation. Unfortunately, he discovered another seal that blocked his action. What scared him the most is he did not even detect how this seal got inside his soul. What did you do? What do you mean? I seal your ultimate trump card, said Zhen Chao with a smile without stopping swinging his saber. In response to this, Wang Wei sneered. I know your power and limitation. Although you've become stronger after coining my power, there is no way you can accomplish such a feat, especially without me noticing. Ha, you're right. All I can say is the soul of a fateless is extremely valuable. Many beings, some mighty enough to make great emperors look like ants, are willing to pay anything to acquire it. So, you've sold your soul for the sake of revenge? It was the only way to kill a monster like you, Zhen Chao said, momentarily becoming lost in thought. The more I learn about you, the more I know your capabilities and strength, and the more I despaired. So, it was the only way. Anyway, I died on that fateful night 120,000 years ago. Wouldn't it have been better to find a way to resurrect your family? Oh, they will be resurrected. Wang Wei looked at him but did not say anything further. He understood that there was no point in talking sense to a man whose mind was overwhelmed by revenge. Zhen Chao waved his hand to manifest a yellow bead. It was another emperor artifact. The yellow bead clashed with Wang Wei's shell while Zhen Chao swung the saber. After 2 attacks, Wang Wei ran out of origin essence. Although he had a second emperor artifact in his hand, he could not use it. If he did, that thing would absorb most of the lifespan from his cultivation. Unfortunately, The majority of his millions of years of lifespan came from his fleshly body, which is not accessible at the moment since most of his vitality is focused on fighting the dragon binding grass. Additionally, Wang Wei had a feeling Zhen Chao had at least 9 emperor artifacts to counter all the official ones from the Dao opening sect. So, as he lay on the floor with 2 arms missing and a pale complexion that would make most vampires look healthy, he activated the last ability he had to buy himself time: intangibility. Visits. For the best no_vel_read_ng experience, just a little more, thought Wang Wei, hoping his current ability would last long enough to buy him enough time or that his opponent won't have a counter. And I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so here is an extra chapter with another coming later this week. Chapter 493. As expected, thought as he felt the poison inside his body. He planned to use this moment of intangibility to remove it from his body. But Zhen Chao expected this and also blessed the dragon binding grass with intangibility to prevent him from removing it. Wang Wei had to admit it was very unpleasant when his own power acted against him. So, if he survived this ordeal, he decided to create countermeasures for this possibility. Wang Wei then contemplated how to buy himself more time. Zhen Chaos' ability to copy his strength significantly delayed the time he needed for his plan to work, so time was not on his side. I could try to reach the void stage of nothingness? He previously divided the path of nothingness into 4 stages: intangible, void, emptiness, and true nothingness. Although all these stages' names were essentially synonyms of each other, this was intentional to describe certain levels of the concept of nothingness. It is a way for his mind to understand or define such a vast, complex, and unexplainable concept or existence. Nevertheless, Wang Wei had to admit he had great fears about the power of nothingness. Every time he tried to cultivate to a higher level, he could hear a very tempting voice calling him to fuse and become one with nothingness. If it were now for his terrifying willpower and probably unique soul, he would have long succumbed to that voice and forever disappeared from the world. So, he stopped cultivating the power of nothingness. Anyway, he discovered long ago the more powerful his body became, the longer he could stay in the intangible state. As for the second stage, he decided to wait until after proving the Tao to take another look. So, his mind calculated another plan. He divided his mind into 2, one part accessed the future Buddha self, to cultivate, and the second part focused on Zhen Chao, who appeared to be waiting for his time in the state to finish before executing him. Based on his behavior, there should be no time limit to how long he can have my power, or the time limit is long enough that he does not need to worry. He stood up from the ground, still with both hands missing. In his state, the Duyi realm no longer affected him, so he could regenerate them. But he concluded it would waste too much energy even if he used the life and death will innate talent, energy he will need for the next step of the plan. "I'm curious about how you became so powerful?" asked Wang Wei. "The cultivation system you used is obviously not the origin system. So, how did you acquire it and reach another world community?" "I found the martial ancestor's inheritance," replied Zhen Chao calmly. "Martial ancestor? You mean the guy who invented martial arts in the warring state world?" Wang Wei remembered the martial artists that existed in that world. Some of them could even compete and defeat divine sea realm cultivators, and there were rumors of Grandmaster who could defeat divine altar cultivators. And the source of martial art in that world was the martial ancestor. Wang Wei did not care about the martial art path of that world since it seemed very flawed and required extreme harsh conditions to cultivate, most likely because it was a prototype of a new cultivation system. Visits. For the best no_vel_read_ng experience. Nevertheless, he found their spiritual cultivation innovative and helpful to people to reach the divine altar realm, so he took it back home. The martial ancestor was a person born with a leakless body, like me, and could not cultivate the origin system. So, he developed his own cultivation system. Eventually, he traveled to another world community, proved the Tao, and made his system the main one. Luckily for me, he returned to his home world and left his inheritance. Wang Wei could guess the rest of the story. Zhen Chao left home out of fear of being killed and not having anything left in life, full of hatred and pain. Then, he accidentally discovered the inheritance and met the requirement of the martial ancestor. He used the resources he left to travel to another world community to increase his strength to get his revenge. I bet your life from then on was a cliché story of a mediocre protagonist story. Whenever you go, you would find these very rare and uncommon fortunate encounters perfectly suited to help in your revenge. Are you trying to belittle my accomplishment? You have no idea how hard I work, how much I suffer trying to keep up with a monster like you. I'm sure you've had to do some horrendous things for strength besides selling your soul. What are you implying? Honestly, I don't like how I'm portrayed as the bad guy in the story when you have probably committed as many atrocities as me, if not more. Zhen Chao looked him deep in the eyes. You're right. But the main difference between us is that I regret every single one of these decisions. When I close my eyes, I can still hear their screams, and instead of accepting and moving on with my life, I carry the burden of my actions. Every waking moment of my life, I remind myself that I did what I did for revenge, and after accomplishing my goal, I will die to atone for my actions. Do you think death is enough to atone for your sins? Maybe not, but it is better than a cruel monster like you. Cruel monster? Maybe, said Wang Wei calmly as he looked at the bright blue sky. When I decided to walk on the emperor path to become free and unfettered one day, I knew my hands would one day stain with the blood of innocent lives. Visits. For a better user experience, but I still chose this path because I understand everything has a price. And the price of becoming powerful is always the loss of one's humanity. Some people think this price is worth it while others do not. Honestly, I personally do not care because I chose to walk on that path, and I know the end result is the same. Wang Wei looked at him. I'm curious, how do you feel about your father? You seem to be the righteous kind of person while he, well, was honestly a terrible individual. A cruel monster, as you elegantly stated. Zhen Chao paused for a moment before saying, I've thought about this for thousands of years. And honestly, I think he deserved this outcome. I thought you would make some excuses for him. I used to, but not anymore. However, let me ask you, what about my sister? Did she deserve what happened to her? What about my mother? Did she deserve her fate? It's a shame what happened to your sister. However, this is how the laws of karma function in the universe. She had to pay because of the sins or karma of her father. And maybe, for her future sins. Future sins? You said it yourself, Zhen Yong prepared to train her as the backbone of the Zhen clan. With all the shady things he has done, do you think her would not be stained with innocent blood? Do you think she would remain pure and innocent? Are you trying to imply the universe used your hands to enact karmic retribution on my family for the crimes of the Zhen clan? Said Zhen Chao with a sneer. If this is your cheap attempt at absolving your guilt, I will look down on you. No, I just want to share with you some of my understanding of the order of the universe and how fate properly functioned. Zhen Chao looked at him deeply. Although he said these words, he genuinely wanted to see some form of remorse or guilt from his enemy before he cut off his head. But it appeared he would not get his wish. Wang Wei could feel Zhen Chaos' sudden mood change of not wanting to interact with him, but he still asked, You still have not told me how you knew so much about me? Unfortunately, the latter ignored him, so Wang Wei sat down and closed his eyes. Time passed, and the time for the intangibility state to end arrived. However, a few minutes before the final moment, Wang Wei opened his eyes and said, I have to say, you're quite the disappointment. Even though you have my power, you do not have my battle awareness. What do you mean? The latest underscores are on website. I mean, I have a few ways to forcibly remove myself from the intangibility state. Zhen Chao pondered all the information he had about his opponent's abilities and techniques. Then, his eyes lit up as he thought of something. Wait, why is he telling me this? He thought as he prepared to be on guard. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment Wang Wei saw that glimpse of realization in Zhen Chaos' eyes, he used the devil god bones inside his body to control negative emotions, his mother's technique to bring the hidden darkness from people's minds, and all his knowledge about emotions he got from Suya, and his restored spiritual power to create an illusion. After experiencing the illusion, Zhen Chaos' eyes turned red with madness. A terrifying will emanated from his body, a will that could sunder heaven and earth. The entire space shook for the first time since this battle, and many space cracks appeared in every direction. However, the space was still not destroyed. Zhen Chao prepared to use that will to obliterate Wang Wei even in his intangibility state. Unfortunately, he stopped midway as blood dripped from all the orifices on his face. Then, Zhen Chao screamed in agony. Wang Wei watched his performance with no surprise on his face. His willpower is one of his trump cards. Unfortunately, it is not one he can use as he pleases. To use even a fraction of it, his body, soul, state of mind, and Tao heart must be at the highest level and in perfect harmony. So, Wang Wei lured Zhen Chao to use it. Although he guessed the latter could only copy a fraction of it like he did his soul, a fraction was enough to overwhelm him. Zhen Chao was not him and could never be him. He did not have the quality of his soul, his state of mind, or Tao heart. He was now experiencing an unimaginable amount of loneliness and despair flooding his mind. All the countless eons Wang Wei spent in that endless chaotic space, Zhen Chao had to experience the feeling back then to access the strength of that willpower. And he could not bear it. Luckily, the latter acted in time to abandon Wang Wei's power to end his suffering. So, his aura rapidly turned to its original state. As for Wang Wei, he was also not in the best shape. The burden of using the intangibility suddenly hit hard. Before this experience, he did not even know there was a burden to using this ability. With how weak his fleshly body was, he now knew. As he stood immobile and watched Zhen Chao on the floor, he tried really hard to heal himself and move. He could feel a strange power coming from the surroundings to heal his opponent. Meanwhile, he could not open and access his space ring the entire fight, so he could not access the pills inside. He secretly cursed himself for not taking the origin pill Dao Sex, Illusory Pill Sutra, as this would greatly help the current situation. He did not know much about karma back then, so he worried about being too contaminated and only took what he needed instead of taking all of them. Now, he slightly regretted his decision. From now on, I will leave reserved pills inside my sea of consciousness and my divine sea. The latest underscores are on the website. As he watched Zhen Chao get up from the floor, Wang Wei sighed, knowing he had to use his last resort plan to buy time. Chapter 494. What are you? Asked Zhen Chao with fear in his eyes. He did not even copy 1% of that will and was almost overwhelmed. If it were not for his fleshly body to buy him enough time to give up that power, he would have died under the backlash. I often ask myself that question, but I find it best not to think about it deeply. It helps me sleep better at night, replied Wang Wei casually. Zhen Chao looked at him with hesitation. He took a slight step forward before returning to his original position. Then, the scream of that day echoed in his mind, turning his eyes into ones of determination. He took a deep breath before summoning his Emperor Tear Saber. He rushed toward his opponent, going for the head. Wang Wei internally sighed when he saw this as regret and pain flashed across his eyes. Boom! A terrifying explosion that also shook the surrounding space occurred. Right before Zhen Chao cut off his head, Wang Wei used the new technique he had just developed. Time reversal. He reversed his body to a few hours ago, to a time when he was still in a relatively peak state. Then he exploded his fleshly body, divine sea, origin essence, law altar, fate laws, and even his sea of consciousness. There was no hesitation or pause in his actions. The explosion of such a power was catastrophic, to say the least. With 2 Dragon Elephant Force, he could destroy 2,000 Middle Thousand World with one punch. However, with this explosion alone, he could probably destroy a few 10,000s. Furthermore, he even removed the seal Wu Hong placed on his body to store the divine punishment thunder and release this immortal tier power in the world. Meanwhile, a red shield protected Wang Wei's true primordial spirit, but the shield kept flickering as if it was about to disappear. I was right. Tian did sell my information to Heavenly Tao, thought Wang Wei. The shield he used was a talisman from Wu Hong as one of his final trump cards. The only time he could not use its power was against Di Tian, but now, it has also malfunctioned. There is no way for Zhen Chao to create a way to counter her power without a deep understanding of it. So, the only way to explain the situation is for Di Tian to sell the information to Heavenly Dao, and in return, the latter find a way to hand it to Zhen Chao. Luckily, he had Wu Hong modify the talisman after the last failure in the Heavenly Abode World battle. Wang Wei linked his soul to the shield to barely stabilize it and buy him enough time. Then, he looked at his primordial spirit, which had a crown on its head. The only thing that he did not blow up was his 3 flowers crown that he moved from his law altar to his primordial spirit. Then, he thought of his fleshly body. It was a great pain to lose such a powerful body, but it was the best method in the current situation. The latest episodes are on _ website. Luckily, his true primordial spirit was linked to his fleshly body, so he did have to start over. He can regenerate a new one with enough resources, energy, and time. Even the innate spiritual herbs from his inner organs were now fused with his soul. Nevertheless, regenerating will still require a lot of effort and money. Well, anyway, he was a second-generation rich young master, so he did not like resources. Additionally, with his understanding of cultivation and the fleshly body, he can recreate an even better foundation that is at least 10 to 25% better. Wang Wei looked outside the shield, and everything was dark and chaotic. Lightning and thunder flashed everywhere, annihilating everything in sight. The previously green and blue world had now turned into a doomsday world. Wang Wei watched everything calmly. He did not think Zhen Chao had died. So, he waited until the shield could no longer hold before reactivating the seal and absorbing the divine punishment thunder into his soul. He then controlled the spiritual qi produced from the spirit flower to create another barrier to protect himself. Although his soul was resilient enough to resist the chaotic energy in this space, he did not want to take any chances. After the divine punishment thunder disappeared, the domain-like space began to heal itself and soothe the chaotic storm created by the explosion. Then he saw Zhen Chao's body floating in the air with a shield around him. However, only his head and a small part of his upper torso remained, along with his right hand. Then, the destroyed places twitched before healing and regenerating. While seeing this, Wang Wei's eyes secretly shine with brilliance. A few minutes later, Zhen Chao opened his eyes, his body in perfect shape. However, he looked extremely pale. With a calm look, Zhen Chao looked at Wang Wei and said, "You know, I have traveled to 20 world communities and 6 heavenly world. I have fought countless opponents, heaven chosens, or cultivators with higher realms than me. And in some of my fights, I have suffered terrible defeats, but as long as I gather enough information on my opponent, I can always be victorious, and easily too. However, you, the person I have the most information on, gave me my hardest battle. Well, I guess what truly matters is the final victor. It's a shame I could not place your severed head on my family's grave." Wang Wei smiled, which suddenly gave Zhen Chao a bad premonition. "Look at your hand." Zhen Chao quickly checked his hands to discover a rune that looked like a tattoo on his left hand. And before he could even process where this strange tattoo came from, more and more of these runes appeared all over his body and even his soul. Wang Wei flew before Zhen Chao, who could not move or speak. As he looked at his inquiring eyes, he said, "Quantum virus array. Oh, you may not understand what does that mean. I created an array so small that even a great emperor might not be able to detect. Then I gave it the ability to replicate itself like a virus. On our first contact, I planted it inside your body so that it could replicate. The latest episodes are on _ website. And every time I injure and force you to heal, the replicating process increase. Unfortunately, when you took my power, my fleshly bodhi's natural residence significantly delayed the process. Luckily, I managed to make you lose my power and destroy your body to such a terrible state in the previous explosion. By now, the virus has attached itself to every single subatomic particle of your body and even the very essence of your soul. I have to say, this array is one of my greatest masterpieces. The perfect combination of two different civilizations. Wang Wei's eyes turned bright. Look at me, I've become as talkative as you. Well, don't worry, as I won't make you suffer. This is the respect I will give you as a worthy opponent. Plus, you will soon be a part of me. My first incarnation, the Tao of free will. Once I fuse it with my Tao of fate. Suddenly, he felt something and slightly raised his head. He saw a man dressed in black brocade float less than a meter from him. He could not see the man's face as a strange fog seemed to hide his identity, but Wang Wei did not care about this. He cared about the fact that he did not know when this man appeared so close to him, nor how long he was here. His mind rapidly worked as trillions of thoughts flashed across his mind in less than a nanosecond. Zhen Chao did not lie. Your soul is indeed unique, said the man in a gravelly voice. A fateless soul and a unique soul, this is indeed a great deal. With a calm look, Wang Wei said, I don't know who you are, nor do I care. But, I'm warning you not to interfere in the affair of the Tao opening sect. Kid, do you think I, Empyrean Blackheart, would care about some sex in the mortal realm? No, but you should care about the backers in the upper dimension. Empyrean Blackheart paused for a moment before responding. Do you think these beings would care about their descendants who are separated from them by who knows how many years? Do you think they will care about your sect once the luck it provides no longer benefits them? They will care about someone like me who has a unique soul and just passed the Supreme Outlaw trial. Empyrean Blackheart briefly paused again. Unfortunately for you, your ancestors are long dead in the upper dimension. 2 of my ancestors are eternal emperors. How could they die? It does not change the fact they have not shown up for thousands of yuan epochs. The latest underscores are on website. Numerous thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind before his primordial spirit began to exude a weird aura. When Blackheart felt the aura, the fog on his face almost disappeared. How are you related to Empress Wu? What do you think? Replied Wang Wei calmly. Then, Blackheart released a terrifying pressure. The pressure alone almost crushed Wang Wei's soul, but he remained calm, at least on the surface. Instead, he took out a talisman with Wu Hong's aura from his space ring since the previous restriction was lifted after he captured Zhen Chao. If you want, I can contact her. Empyrean Blackheart looked at the talisman, wondering whether this kid was bluffing. However, he once experienced the aura on that talisman, albeit it was somewhat different. So, after weighing the pros and cons, he said, Kid, I remember you, before disappearing. Wang Wei sighed in relief. Eternal Ascension World. Blackheart suddenly opened the coffins he hid to cultivate. Damn it, how did I get involved with her? He said as he walked out. Maybe I'm overthinking and this kid was bluffing. Wait, I smelled the aura of 2 different taboos from this kid, so he is not normal. Most likely, he is a crucial pawn of her and the people from the Tao opening sect. Thinking about this, Blackheart began to panic. If he accidentally got involved in one of these bigwigs' plans, he would die without leaving any bones behind. No, I need to find a way to save myself. Should I join one of these 7's camps? No, if the Empress wants to kill me, I doubt these people could stop her. Only the other 2 could save me, but... Blackheart walked back and forth for a while. It's best I hide in the lawless zone. After making a decision, he packed up his coffin before rushing to the lawless zone to hide. The latest underscores are on website. Meanwhile, in the lower dimension, Wang Wei suddenly felt a weight lifted from his shoulder, his state of mind sublimated, and he received some information in his mind about passing the trial. Chapter 495 Reward, that was scary, muttered Wang Wei, thinking how close he was to dying. He cursed Heavenly Tao for involving an Empyrean's projection in this trial. That was too foul. Luckily, his wife's reputation has some weight in the upper dimension, and he acted swiftly. From Jian Wushuang and Lin Fan's trial, he knew the consequences of hesitation. If not for these factors, who knew what would happen? Of course, Wang Wei had to admit his luck also played a role. After seeing Black Heart hiding his face or identity, he instantly concluded that he might be a very cautious individual who values his safety and life above everything else. So, he took the gamble to use his background to scare him and even hint to Black Heart he was dealing with things beyond his capability, things that only bigwigs like his ancestor and empress could get involved in. After thinking about how stressful the few seconds of interaction were, Wang Wei felt his soul sweating and his back cold. So, he took a few seconds to calm down. Then, he remembered something, so he immediately checked his immortal soul to discover the seal in his bright spirit soul was gone. So, he sighed in relief. Then, some information appeared in Wang Wei's mind, telling him that he was now considered a Dao Overlord. Supreme outlaws who pass the trial are referred to as Dao Overlord, while normal outlaws are referred to as Dao Lord, or Overlord or Lord for short. The benefit of these titles is quite interesting. It is a tremendous increase in luck, followed by an increase in natural comprehension talent. However, the main reward is if these people manage to absorb Heaven Will and reach 20%. Then, Heavenly Dao will help a Lord create their Dao Will, so they have more time to comprehend their existence. And if that person has a Duyi realm, they are guaranteed to create their Dao Will. When it comes to Overlords, not only will Heavenly Dao help them cast their Dao Will, but also extend the standard time they have to understand their existence. This title is valid for a cultivator's entire life, meaning even if they die and reincarnate, as long as they retain or awake the memories from the previous life, the title will still be useful. That's it? After all this trouble, that's my reward? Muttered Wang Wei with disdain. He had the utmost confidence in himself to become an eternal emperor, so these rewards were nothing but small guarantees for him. So, he genuinely hoped this title had more to it than he knew. While Wang Wei was about to be disappointed, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. No, my real reward is from Zhen Chao. So, he used the latter to control the surrounding space. Soon, he found another subspace and he teleported inside. As expected, muttered Wang Wei as he saw all treasures in the room. He guessed Zhen Chao used this space as his space ring. So, Wang Wei began to identify the things that could benefit him. The traveling golden could, an innate treasure to travel between world communities. Well, although not as good as my golden chariot, it's not bad. A high-level innate spiritual herb, Karma Protection Lotus. With this, I can finally complete my karma unbound physique and use it to understand the laws of karma. Wang Wei then saw a fruit glowing with the power of law, to be precise, fate law. He took it to analyze as he had never seen such a thing nor read about it. So, he searched Jin Chaos memory for some information. It was a strange fruit, the latter found in one of the world communities he traveled throughout. In that world, a strange tree named the Heavenly Law Tree exists, and the fruit from that tree can help cultivators better understand the laws of heaven and earth. When Zhen Chao visited, the tree gave birth for the second time in its life, a fruit with one of the supreme hidden laws. So, a terrifying battle ensued throughout the entire world. But Zhen Chao was lucky to take the fruit and run away secretly. So, this would explain how he seemed to know so much about fate. He must have studied it extendedly to develop counters for my techniques. Wang Wei was excited since this fruit would drastically reduce his needed time to understand the law and even create his incarnations. Moreover, he could refine this fruit as the core of one of his incarnations. Then, there is that Heavenly Law Tree. I must get my hands on it one day, or at least, find a way to cultivate one myself. Plus, I could find a way to connect that tree to the Grand Tao source and create a heavenly source tree. It will be much easier for me to understand the source. Thinking about how much such fruit would benefit, he could not help but be excited. If he succeeded, Wang Wei knew he might not have to worry about his cultivation all the way to the Paragon realm. Then, Wang Wei continued exploring as he sensed a few more treasures that interested him. An extreme-level innate time treasure, muttered Wang Wei as he held a clock in his hand. This clock contained a miniature world where time could be sped up, just like the sex time formation. Furthermore, this treasure provides some protection against time energy invasion, which is the main reason that cultivators cannot spend a lot of time inside the time-forwarding formations. Wang Wei's eyes lit up again. I can use this treasure to understand time laws and create more future Buddha self. And maybe I can use it to secretly steal time energy from the chrono-chaos realm. Although this plan was a little risky, it is possible with enough preparations and caution. He continued checking Zhen Chaos treasures. He found many cultivation techniques from different systems. They should help broaden his mind and maybe inspire him. Finally, he saw 7 treasures floating at this treasure hall's core. 6 Emperor artifacts and a chaos treasure, said Wang Wei with shining eyes. Chaos treasures did not have levels or divisions. However, the weakest amount of them was equivalent to an ultimate level innate treasure, meaning the weakest of them was at the level of Eternal Emperor. He took the Chaos treasure, which was a mirror, and after checking Zhen Chaos memory, his eyes shone again for the 3rd time in just a few minutes. The Oracle Mirror, a treasure that gathers information on people. With it, a cultivator could theoretically gather all the secrets of another. The only restriction is that karmic bonds determine how much information the mirror will reveal. For example, Wang Wei is responsible for Zhen Chao's parents' death, and this karma allowed the latter to access 80% of all his information and secrets. From the previous battle, Zhen Chao seemed to know at least 95% of my secrets and abilities. So, Heavenly Dao and Di Tian probably made up that 15% gap, thought Wang Wei as he looked at this mirror. Then he focused on the mirror's second ability, to copy and steal other people's strengths. This mirror is how Zhen Chao copied his power, and if the latter had killed him, he would have taken all his abilities and strength. As Wang Wei looked at the mirror, he muttered, "This may be how I can defeat Di Tian." As long as he knows his opponent's power level, he can prepare in advance. Finally, he focused on the 6 Emperor artifacts. Immediately, he frowned as he felt the power of luck in 3 of them, which indicated these artifacts were the treasures of certain emperor lineages. After searching Zhen Chaos memories, he knew the latter was the next sect master of the martial origin sect created by the martial ancestor. There is no way that sect would give up 3 of their emperor artifacts, so they will eventually track them down. He did not care much since he had a more prominent backer than these people. And when they show up, he will have the sect ask them to exchange resources equal to these 3 artifacts, which can prevent confrontation while not losing any benefit. Nevertheless, he still decided not to spend too much time here if they detected something and arrived on time. So, he appeared in front of Zhen Chao, thinking about how to turn him into one of his incarnations. First, he will have to restart cultivating the origin system. According to his calculations, the incarnations are a form of Tao Foundation sublimation. As such, they all must be from the same source or cultivation system. Using other cultivation systems will ruin the purity of this foundation. Nevertheless, Wang Wei still decided to take some time to study the different systems since they could be of great help. Unlike other incarnations, Zhen Chao will not need to be baptized by the power of fate. Additionally, he also needs to recultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Although Zhen Chaos' fleshly body was powerful, it was because he cultivated a martial arts system that focused on tempering the body. However, Wang Wei was not satisfied with his current level. From the memories he learned, most of his healing and defensive abilities came from this space called a cave heaven, which was blessed by Black Heart as a part of their deal. Wang Wei wants all his incarnations to cultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture to the peak before fusing them, and all of them have to walk the path of true Tao of power. Moreover, these were not all the plans he had for his incarnations. Some will have unique tasks to accomplish to ensure the final fusion will be perfect. But now was not the time to ponder these things. So, Wang Wei had Zhen Chao place away the cave heaven before sealing his body inside his space ring. He plans to use the space inside with the dragon binding grass to temper his body. Then, he hopped inside his golden chariot to head home. End of volume. Next volume name: 9 Fate Incarnation Tao Foundation. Chapter 496 Anomalies Inside the Golden Chariot. Wang Wei was reading about the cultivation system created by the martial ancestor from the world called Martial Haven World. The first stage is called Body Tempering Realm. Albeit cliché, most cultivation systems usually start with tempering the body to some degree. However, this martial exterior system, as the martial ancestor called it, is unique in some ways. The tempering process is quite thorough. Martial artists have to temper their skins, muscles, bones, and blood in the first realm. In the second realm, the viscera realm, they used the blood energy from their fleshly bodies to temper their organs. Right after hearing this part, Wang Wei could see the uniqueness of this system. It is excellent for teaching body control at a very early stage. In the second stage, cultivators already began to control their organs. The third stage of this system is called True Yuan Realm. Martial artists finally condensed energy inside their bodies. This realm is further divided into two phases, body purification and meridian opening. The third stage is truly interesting. In the first stage, martial artists removed the natural impurities in the body, which somewhat solved the problem of not having a leakless body. Without impurities, spiritual qi can remain inside the body for an extended period, albeit not as long as a natural leakless body. In essence, this stage is to cultivate an acquired leakless body. And the second stage is not just opening the meridians in the body. No, it is about creating artificial energy pathways in the body that allow martial artists to better sense and control the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. This is similar to the divine veins in the divine altar realm. Most likely, the martial ancestor took inspiration from there, thought Wang Wei after reading the third stage of this cultivation system. Then he pondered whether it would be a good idea to open his meridian in the new body he would cultivate. However, he decided otherwise, as this was the same as having more divine veins. Previously, he stopped inscribing them in his altar because he reached the energy sensing and control limit they could provide. Then Wang Wei had another idea. The meridians formed a cycle inside the martial artist's body, and after spiritual qi or their true yuan circled through them, it tempered their bodies. So, Wang Wei calculated how effective a meridian cycle of blood energy from his fleshly body would be. It should increase his overall strength by 3 to 5%. Furthermore, the tempering is permanent and constant increases. Over time, as blood energy constantly cycled through his body, Wang Wei can passively temper his body every day. Additionally, if the meridian pathway is complex enough, it will increase his regenerative speed and overall control over his body. "I'm truly a genius," praised Wang Wei before continuing his focus on this martial art system. Just by reading the first 3 stages, he could determine a lot of things. The martial ancestor created this because he did not have a leakless body. As a result, this system does not rely too much on spiritual qi between heaven and earth. It does not mean martial artists do not use many resources. On the contrary, Wang Wei could imagine how they have to eat a lot of demonic or spiritual beasts to absorb spiritual qi and blood energy from them. Although they do not rely too heavily on spiritual qi in the early stages, resources are essential. The fourth stage of this system is the martial intent realm. In this realm, martial artists have to comprehend intent, like sword intent, fist intent, etc. And once they reach a certain level, they will use their intent to open their sea of consciousness. In the fifth stage, true soul realm, martial artists fuse their intent with their souls to create a true soul similar to a primordial spirit. In that stage, martial artists can freely fly in the air with no restrictions and attack the mind or spirit. The sixth stage is the acupoint opening realm. They have to use their spiritual strength and their yuan essence, evolved from true yuan, to open the acupoints in the body. In the seventh stage, cave heaven realm, they have to fuse their acupoints, dantian, and sea of consciousness into an illusory world called a cave heaven, which can boost the martial artist's strength and power. The eighth stage is called hollow world realm, where martial artists have to understand the laws to turn the illusory nature of their world into a semi-real and semi-false world. Zhen Chao was in this realm, but he used secret techniques and black hearts helped to turn his cave heaven into a true world in advance while reinforcing it beyond normal. Finally, he used the karma connections he had with Wang Wei and Black Heart's power to summon him inside forcefully. After a martial artist's cave heaven turned into a real world, it is the 9th realm, the true world realm, which is the equivalent of the supreme realm. In that stage, they have to expand the world to the limit through understanding the law and numerous resources. Finally, martial artists have to fuse their real world into their bodies to reach the quasi-emperor realm. Wang Wei guessed the martial ancestor must have quite the complex feeling for the origin system if he gave this name to this cultivation stage. Then he focused on comparing the two systems. The later stage of this system is very similar. For example, the domains of Saint is a projection of their divine sea, their sea of consciousness, and their law alter into the outside world to influence it. It is both real and unreal, just like a cave heaven. The main difference between the two is their sturdiness. It is extremely more difficult to destroy a cave heaven than a domain. However, the backlash suffered is more severe for the destruction of the latter than the domain. Additionally, a lot of resources are needed to grow the true world of martial artists, which grants them a higher battle strength on average than Supreme Realm's Dharma bodies, who only have to rely on comprehending the Tao. Then there is the issue of lifespan. One would think martial artists have a higher lifespan since they are the ruler of a literal universe. Unfortunately, the burden of carrying that world drastically affects their bodies and lifespan. So, on average, they can only live between 250,000 to 500,000 years, which is the lifespan of saints in the origin system. Wang Wei pondered the benefit he could get from this system. He did not want to cultivate a cave heaven since he had already consumed so many resources and will even increase his intake with the 9 incarnations. He preferred the domain system since it was less reliant on resources. As for how he will make his domain and Dharma body unique to increase the power of his Duyi realm, he will just use the simple method of fusing the other 9 domains and Dharma bodies from the incarnations. Nevertheless, he thought of creating a technique that could instantly create a cave heaven or an illusory world and detonate it. And in the future, he can advance it to the point of instantly creating thousands of real worlds to use as bombs. After making a preliminary plan, he did not waste time and immediately began to refine Zhen Chao into one of his incarnations. First, he had the latter get rid of all the Yuan essence inside his body. He did not waste it but made Jin Chaos' fleshly body absorb it. Next, he sealed the latter's comprehension of all laws so as not to affect the early stages of cultivation. Then he injected one of his spirit particles into Zhen Chaos' true soul and slowly invaded it until it had Wang Wei's aura and soul fluctuation. Wang Wei was satisfied with the final product. Zhen Chao will be one of his most unique incarnations. For example, he had the idea of fusing with the Dharma body and the true world to enter the quasi-emperor. However, he has to make sure Black Heart does not leave some hidden power in the cave world. Finally, Wang Wei began to absorb Zhen Chao's fate line to acquire the properties of a fateless. He watched as his fate line became vague and mysterious, followed by all the knots or fate nexus disappearing. A smile appeared on Wang Wei's face before becoming stiff. He suddenly felt an unknown power resisting the final transition, trying to leave more knots in his fate line. Then, another unknown power came to resist that first power, and after a brief confrontation, a single knot was left in his fate line. It was a meeting with a woman called Su Jinyao. He did not see her face, but he knew her name. This isn't right. From all I read about Fateless, this should not be the case. Bang! Wang Wei felt the chariot shake a little. He quickly looked outside through the formation, and his eyes lit up. Perfect timing, he muttered as he exited the chariot. I knew you kid would pass the trial, said Wang Wuqing, who teleported Wang Wei back to the sect. Forget about that. Ancestor, what will happen if someone absorbs the soul of a fateless? Weird question. Well, divination will become completely useless to them. Other forms of calculations will drastically decrease, and if that person proves the Tao, he can no longer be calculated by anyone or anything. All their nexus events will disappear and achieve some level of freedom from the control of fate, replied Wang Wuqing after pondering for a while. All their Nexus events? Yes, all of them. Wang Wei frowned as he knew his case was an anomaly. By now, he has experienced a few anomalies in his cultivation journey. The first one was when he had Heart Demon before even starting cultivating. The second one was during his battle against the Wrath of Heaven in the 9th Pagoda trial. The third one was his Black Qi luck after entering the Dui realm. From what he knew, he was the only one that happened to. No one else who entered the Dui realm faced this anomaly. The fourth anomaly was another random heart demon in the Divine Altar realm after he slaughtered the majority of the demon races in the Qi luck trial. Now, a fifth one appeared. Wang Wuqing looked at Wang Wei weirdly but did not say anything. He knew this kid was abnormal, so it was normal for weird things to happen to him. So, he decided not to get involved for his sake and probably the entire Dao opening sect. I know you probably want to see your family, so go see them, said Wang Wuqing. Come see me in a few days, and I will prepare the resources you need to condense your body. Wang Wei woke up from pondering before saying, I want to replace the material for my skin, muscles, bones, and blood with innate treasures. No problem, replied Wang Wuqing calmly. I'll even give you a real chaos flame for your heart. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as that was a chaos-level treasure. So, he nodded before leaving. Chapter 497 Tough Talk. I told you he would survive, said Wang Wuqing. Yes, replied the familiar voice. However, this is still not enough to beat the kid from the D clan. It doesn't matter. As long as he survives the Heaven Will battle, we can search for karma washing water for him so he can compete in the next generation, replied Wang Wuqing. Oh, you want to go that far? I truly believe this kid will be the greatest emperor we will ever cultivate. The sect has reached a plateau and could even be described as declining. No, the entire Myriad Emperor world has been declining for a long time now. Maybe this kid is the key to revert the current situation. What about the D-clan brat? Asked Wang Wuqing. Honestly, I have a bad feeling about him. In that case, why don't you kill him? Don't make such a stupid joke. Wang Wuqing smiled but did not say anything else. He knew the consequences of doing such a thing. Wang Wei would not live long. If an immortal tier cultivator broke the Immortal Avenue Pact and attacked a heaven chosen of another sect, they can do the same. And unless Wang Wei decided to spend the rest of his life cooped inside the sect, he would not live long even under extreme protection. And even then, all the emperor lineages would band together to pressure the Dao opening sect to hand him over. Unfortunately, the sect cannot fight all the emperor lineages all at once. Meanwhile, after leaving the secret realm, Wang Wei's primordial spirit flew toward the Wang clan mountain. And before he even arrived, 3 people instantly arrived in front. My son, thank heaven, you're all right, said Yu Yan as she tried to embrace him. Unfortunately, her hands passed through his soul, so she had to use her spiritual strength and origin essence to hold him. Look how much of a terrible shape you're in. I swear, every time you go out on your own, you return in worse shape than before. There is no need to thank heaven since it has nothing to do with my safety, said Wang Wei with a smile. I'm glad you're okay, brat, said his grandfather. What's wrong with you? Why are you so pale? Plus, why does the sect look like a tornado had ravaged it? Asked Wang Wei to his father. Well, things got a little complicated, said Wang Tian as he explained the world collision and the confrontation with the blood race. After the initial peace because of his slaughter, the blood race did not stop attacking as he expected. Instead, they regrouped and allied before beginning the second wave of attack. So, Wang Tian had to forcefully heal before going on another rampage. Wang Wei immediately knew this was the method Heavenly Dao used to prevent the sect from helping him in the trial. I have to thank your team, otherwise, the casualties would have been even worse. Oh, what happened? Asked Wang Wei, intrigued. Whether it was Li Jun's slaughter army or Tai Gang's undead army, they ravaged the enemy on the battlefield. Plus, Yang Liling used her new weird cauldron to support most of the sect's need for pills. Oh, she succeeded in creating the automatic cauldron? According to her, it is a half-completed product since so far, it can only make a few heaven-tier pills. Did she get any merit? Quite a bit, replied Yu Yen this time. There was a heaven and earth vision because of her creation. But she said she would leave for you to decide what to do with it since it was your idea. Wang Wei shook his head. It'll just take a small bit to recondense my fleshly body. She can use the rest to complete the cauldron. So, what happened to you? Asked Wang Chang. Your clone disappeared, and we were worried. Yes. Luckily, your soul lamp was still intact. Otherwise, your mother would have fainted. Wang Wei was not surprised by this news. When Zhen Chao broke his spirit particles, he could detect the latter used the power of karma to eliminate the secret backhand he placed on the clone. So, Wang Wei explained what happened to him in his confrontation with Zhen Chao. He even mentioned the appearance of Empyrean Blackheart. Thinking about how close their sons came to death, all of them shuddered. It seems we have to thank Honger, said Yu Yen. As smart as they are, both she and Wang Tian knew how complicated their son's relationship was because of Wu Hong's identity. So, they still have some reserved because of it, albeit they never voiced them since they understood this was their son's choice. But now, they were delighted because Wu Hong's identity saved their son's life. Wire, you should not let Jin Chaos family's death weigh on you. The Emperor path is a cruel one, and innocent people being collateral casualties is a normal thing. Although cruel, it is how things are since the dawn of time, said Wang Chang, and Wang Wei nodded. He already knew this, so Zhen Chaos' words only bothered him a little before he moved on. After a little chat, the family returned home to have dinner together. And not long after they arrived, Li Jun and Yen Liling came to celebrate with everybody. His mother even cooked soul food for Wang Wei so he could eat and enjoy it. Then, after a few hours, the dinner ended, and everyone went to sleep or meditate, especially Wang Tian since he was still injured. As for Wang Wei, he floated to his room, where he sensed a presence a few hours ago. He looked at the beautiful woman waiting for him, and deep longing flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly controlled himself before saying with a sneer, "So, you do know to be a shame." Wu Hong sighed as she knew even time was not enough for him to forget. "I'm sorry, I had no other choice." "Are you truly sorry? Why do I get the feeling you make the same choice if another situation like this arises?" Wu Hong did not say anything. Li Jun is my family. What made you think I would be all right with accepting his life so I can survive? I figure if you survive, you can find a way to revive him. I understand the logic behind your thinking. What I don't like is the meaning behind your actions. So, in the future, if you have the choice to kill my family to save me, you won't hesitate to kill them? Wu Hong looked on the floor to avoid his gaze, and she remained quiet. How would you feel if I had the same thought as you? I don't have any family. Wang Wei paused before sighing deeply. I understand you have lived a long life. And it is to the point you have not only accepted your family's demise, but they are now only fond memories buried deep in your memories. But I am different. Most of my motivation for cultivation is to protect them and experience the vicissitude of time and the great Tao with them. So, no matter the situation, I cannot lose them, especially for survival. I'm sorry, I know what I did was wrong. It's not me you should apologize to. Wu Hong nodded before disappearing to see Li Jun. Although it appeared he made the decision himself, the truth of the matter is she manipulated him. So, she owed him an apology. Wang Wei sighed again as he looked in the distance. He understood the main reason for this disagreement is the thinking process of an immortal and a mortal. As an immortal, Wu Hong has lived too long, so the way she sees and deals with certain things is fundamentally different from a mortal like him. For example, because of her long life, she has a few things she cares about, and she will do anything to protect them. Most immortal beings are like this, fixated on the things they care for and willing to go to extreme lengths to protect them. Well, at least the ones who do not abandon their emotions and become ruthless after living so long and being eroded by time. Additionally, as a higher being, Wu Hong sees death differently from a mortal like Wang Wei. To them, death is nothing but another adventure to samsara or reincarnation. Some powerful immortals can even visit their dead loved ones through reincarnation and watch their next life. Wang Wei has noticed he is slowly becoming like these immortals the longer he lives. So, he emphasized more on family since they are his anchor to prevent himself from turning into one of these cold and indifferent old monsters. Half a later, Wu Hong returned to the room. "How is it?" asked Wang Wei. "I apologized, we talked, and he forgave me." "That's fine," replied Wang Wei calmly, feeling relieved. Meanwhile, Wu Hong could detect he was still not in the best mood. So, she walked next to him and whispered in his ears. "Don't be mad. How about I let you?" Wang Wei felt these whispers were the ultimate temptation of the devil. But he used all his concentration to remain quiet. "How about I add this, you can?" whispered Wu Hong, after not receiving any response. Wang Wei swears he has never faced any true adversity more difficult than the current moment. Nevertheless, he used his terrifying willpower to resist and remain quiet. "Fine, you drive a good bargain. This is my final offer," she said before whispering sweet and delicious depravity in his ear. Wang Wei, who felt he was about to lose his control, quickly said, "If you add this, I will agree to your terms." "Don't push it," said Wu Hong with a warning tone, so Wang Wei quickly accepted the previous offer and hugged her. He could not wait for his fleshly body to recondense. The waiting is about to kill him. And I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so here is an extra chapter with another coming later this week. Chapter 498 Anger and Resentment Western White Tiger Continent. Inside a sealed mountain. Tian closed his eyes as he looked inside his divine sea, where there were 9 law altars. All the altars were in the form of a black and white wheel, and in the middle of the wheels had different symbols that represented various aspects of samsara. Beside each wheel was a towering golden tree, emanating intense Tao rhymes. If anyone saw this scene, they would be shocked beyond measure. In the void-shattering realm, cultivators plant a law seed that will grow into a tree based on their comprehension of the law. However, the tree is usually all white with no other colors. But Tian's law tree mutated because of his deep understanding of the laws and how much time he spends comprehending them in each reincarnation. No matter how much he thinks he has reached the limit of law comprehension, after reincarnating, Tian will have a new understanding of the laws that he previously did not. So, his understanding has reached a terrifying level. After today's cultivation, he opened his eyes, full of excitement. The power of the 9th reincarnation is truly extraordinary. It seemed to be a few times stronger than all the 8 reincarnations combined. As he felt the strength inside his body, he knew he could currently defeat middle-level immortal Venerable without yet absorbing the fleshly body strength of his past reincarnation. Tian plans to cultivate this reincarnation's fleshly body to the peak before absorbing the strength of his past life. Once I reach the quasi-emperor realm and absorb the power of my fleshly body, I should be able to defeat and kill some Tao ancestors, thus breaking the gap between immortal and mortals. Tian's eyes lit up after thinking about this before calming down. To him, to truly break that boundary would be if he could fight and defeat a 3rd-class emperor, that when he would truly breach the gap between these immortal beings. And the power of his 10th reincarnation might be able to help him achieve this legendary feat. He took a moment to calm down before preparing to temper his body. The ceiling formation was very accommodating. He could receive resources from the outside and even communicate. The only thing he could not do was leave. Suddenly, Tian felt something and took out a communication talisman. He activated it, and he could see outside of the mountain, where shadowy figures stood politely. "What is it?" "Master, we have received important news. Sacred Son Wang Wei's real body finally showed up back in the sect." "And?" The shadowy figure paused for a moment. His fleshly body was destroyed, and he had the aura of an overlord. "What did you say?" We have sent people to verify the news, and it appears to be true." "Is that so? Well, keep a watch on him and report any important news." Tian crushed the talisman in his hand, ending the conversation. Boom. He punched the interior of the mountain with all his strength. Unfortunately, a magic circle came to resist his attack. Boom, boom, boom. Damn it, damn it, damn it, roared Dtion as he continued punching the ceiling array. Everything started because of that damn trial. If it were not for it, she would have still been with me. No, if only I could have passed. After going on a rampage for a few hours, Dtion lay on the floor as he reminisced about his first life. Once he began to create the perfect life forms, many great emperors came to warn him, telling him the pursuit of perfection was one of the taboos of the universe since only Grand Tao itself is the one and only perfect thing in existence. Back then, Dtion noticed these emperors acted weird when they told him this and thought they were worried that his creations would affect their powers. After all, his original intention to create such a life form was to have a human talented enough to lead them to victory against the innate life forms. Then, rumors of his actions spread throughout the world. The innate demon and primordial gods learned that humans had created a perfect being of unimaginable talent that could destroy them and end this war. So, they decided to eliminate that life form before she acquired a heaven will and proved the Tao. So, they launched the biggest attack since the beginning of the war. In that battle, numerous emperors of different classes and tier 10 innate demon gods died. In the end, he and his creations also died. Dtion then understood why these emperors acted weird when they warned him. He was involved in a supreme outlaw trial. Over the years, Dtion has pondered about that trial and how he could have passed it. And he concluded with two fundamental methods: love and imperfection. If he did not fall in love with her, she would not uselessly sacrifice herself to save him. His emotions for her became the major weakness exploited during the trial. Then, there is the perfect aspect of her existence. When creating her, Dtion used only the best chaos treasures as the foundation, ensuring his technique was sublime. However, had he given her the tiniest of imperfection, or had he changed his intention to create a perfect life and create the ultimate human to end this war, true heavenly Tao might reward him instead of cursing his very existence even through reincarnation. Dtion sighed as he knew regret was pointless. Many times he asked himself would he make a different choice if he had the opportunity to turn back, especially knowing the outcome. And the answer was yes, he would not abandon his pursuit of perfection. Dtion took a moment before calmness returned to his eyes. He knew the advantages that a person who has passed the supreme outlaw trial has: extreme intelligence and swift decision-making. With Wang Wei's intelligence and abilities, he will most likely find a way to fill the gap with me. So, I must reach the strength of the 10th reincarnation no matter what. Plus, time is on my side. Many thoughts flashed across his mind as he analyzed Wang Wei and all his information on the ladder. Dtion concluded the ladder had 3 advantages: heaven-defying comprehension most likely granted by his strange soul, his unnatural willpower, and Empress was possible clone. I don't need to worry about her. She seemed to want us to compete fair and square since she did not kill me, thought Dtion, thinking of the woman who sealed him. He then sneered, how is it fair if he is sealed to protect him? Nevertheless, he did not focus on the small problem and continued strategizing. So, I need to find a way to elevate my comprehension to be on par with him and find a way to nullify or make his willpower unusable during our final battle. After making a proper plan, Dtion contacted his clone and told him about the change of plan. Then, he looked in the Tao opening sect's direction indifferently and calmly. No one can stop him from proving the Tao in this generation, especially since it was his last chance. The next day, Wang Wei went to check on Li Jun and once again apologized for Wu Hong's actions and ensured everything was all right between them. Big brother, I was so scared. But it was just an apology. Yes, but from Empress Wu, he said while quickly lowering his voice and looking around. I feared heavenly thunder would drop on me right after she said these words. You're exaggerating. Am I? Do you think a small person like me can accept the karma of such a big wig apologizing to me? Since you're fine, it means she controlled herself to prevent backlash. That's not the point. I could not sleep or meditate last night, constantly worrying that a meteor would fall on my house to kill me. You would survive if that happens, so why worry? You're still missing the point. My mind is not at ease, and am in a state of constant worrying. I'm worried that my state of mind will be affected after a while. Wang Wei gave him a side-eye look before the two laughed aloud together. Joking aside, how do you really feel? I don't blame her. After all, it was my decision. But she should never place you in a situation to make a choice. True, but I still forgive her since I understood where she came from. Plus, I could not resist her apology gift. Oh, what was it? She promised to wash my child's body with the power of the Tao Source to establish a foundation for him. That's indeed a great gift. In the future, the Li clan might have another powerful emperor, replied Wang Wei before the two chatted for a while. Then, a few days later, Ancestor Wucheng summoned him. It was time to recondense his body. Chapter 499. In a secret realm, Wang Wei looked at a green pool in front of him. He could sense the terrifying energy inside. Wang Wucheng, who was next to him, waved his hand to manifest 4 spiritual materials. Just like you did with the supreme materials, you have to find the Tao rhymes of these innate treasures before absorbing them. Alright, are you ready? Wang Wei nodded his head before his primordial spirit jumped into the pool, sat cross-legged, and finally closed his eyes. He regenerated a new body in a few seconds, but it was weak, similar to the ones before he began cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As he absorbed more energy from the pool, Wang Wei could feel his skin rapidly temper the level before he blew his body. His soul contained an aura that contained information regarding his previous fleshly body and accelerated the process of returning to its peak. So, in a short time, his skin returned to its peak state, so Wang Wei focused on finding the Tao rhymes of the innate treasure called innate steel, an ore perfectly suited to create defensive artifacts. A moment later, Wang Wei found the Tao rhymes before fusing the ore to his skin, temporarily turning it metallic gray. This kid's comprehension is truly scary, thought Wang Wucheng as he looked at the process. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not waste time and focused on his muscles next. He repeated the same process, and this time, the innate material he used was the muscles of a 2-winged snake, an innate demon known for their strong, durable, and flexible muscles. In ancient times, human emperors who cultivated archery Tao liked to hunt these creatures to refine the string of their bows. For his bones, Wang Wei chose a small piece of the dragon bones he acquired from Lu Meishu. This move also prepares for the future when he cultivates the Fiend God Body 12 Revolution. Additionally, the dragon bone made up for his loss of the Devil God Bone. When it comes to his 5 internal organs, he did not have to worry about innate materials since he saved them in his soul. However, he did receive a chaos spiritual material from Wang Wucheng, a chaos flame. After absorbing it into his heart, he felt his chaos flame evolve into something better. It was like he finally added the last missing piece required to complete it. For his blood, Wang Wei absorbed a vitality crystal refined from a Tier 10 blood race that Wang Wucheng killed during the previous world collision. Because the blood race absorbed blood to cultivate, they have an abnormal amount of vitality or life energy inside their bodies. So, Wang Wei used it to retemper his blood and elevate its power to a high level. Finally, Wang Wei opened his star acupoints again and nourished them. He still had enough star essence from his exchange with Zhen Bai, and he retrieved some of it from Zhen Chaos Cave Heaven after the explosion. Finally, with the pool's energy, he condensed 500 black holes inside his acupoints before forming the blood energy channel he learned from Zhen Chaos Martial System. In the pool, Wang Wei admired his perfect naked body with an 8-pack. He clenched his hand to feel the strength in his body. 25,000 dragon elephant force, he muttered. 1 dragon elephant force equaled the power to destroy 1,000 middle thousand worlds, which typically were the size of a galaxy. So, he could now destroy 25 million galaxies with 1 punch. And that is not taken into account that middle thousand worlds are larger on average than the galaxies from Earth and have their own natural protective force and ability to repair the damage done to them. Visit For a better user experience, Wang Wei sighed as he felt he was not remotely close to opening the gate he saw in the true Dao power realm. What's more, he was still in the second layer and did not even know how many there were. So, after secretly shaking his head, he focused on his cultivation. In the process of recondensing his fleshly power, he also recultivated. As Wang Wei watched the law altar, law seed, and checked his divine sea, he felt his foundation was slightly better than usual. And he knew one of the main reasons for that is because he used his Transcending Fate Sutra from the beginning instead of using the origin scripture and switching midway. Additionally, his body was now free from the rough tempering process and all the tear and wears from the life and death battles he had. Many of the previously profound and unremovable hidden dangers were now gone. His body was brand new, refreshed, and perfect. So, he took a black martial robe and boots from his space ring and wore them. He previously blew up his sacred son's robe, so he decided to change his outfit. A mirror appeared in front of him, and he admired his handsome self for a while. "Ancestor, I want to fight an immortal venerable." Wang Wucheng frowned for a moment before giving him a sneering look. "Very well. Follow me." So, he took Wang Wei to another small world where an older man dressed in all green was cultivating. "What is it?" "Li Wen, I need you to teach this youngster the power of immortal," said Wang Wucheng. "Are you sure?" "He can handle it. However, to be sure, only use one leaf." Li Wen then looked at Wang Wei, who immediately bowed. "Disciple Wang Wei has seen the ancestor." "Interesting," said Li Wen as he could see the fighting intent in this kid's eyes despite his respect. "All right, you can attack first. It's best to use your strongest attack." "As you wish." Wang Wei immediately transforms into his ancient desolate god form, which is now completely different. The upper torso of his clothes disappeared, and his skin turned red with star-like lines on his chest and waist. Visit. For the best no____ experience, his hand turned black with claws on each finger. He had 2 dragon horns, his eyes turned completely dark, and he grew to a size of 5 meters from 2 meters. Along with his flowing silver hair, he looked like a primordial god incarnate. Additionally, this form can double his strength and boost his defense, stamina, and other physical stats by a few factors. Wang Wei clenched his fist as he mobilized the fate law inside his body and even borrowed power from Zhen Chaos True World to bless himself. Then he punched Frowny Face Fate Annihilation Fist. The surrounding space in the secret realm turned gray as the power of fate became turbulent, causing chaos and destruction. Additionally, the pure physical force that could destroy millions of worlds exponentially made things worse. Meanwhile, Li Wen calmly looked at everything, and without even standing from his meditation pose, he waved his hand. Then, a bright red dragon made of flame manifested. In an instant, the dragon burned the fate power in the surrounding along with the physical force behind the attack, and it did it without any effort. Then, it proceeded to attack Wang Wei. Boom! Wang Wei lay on the ground with the lower part of his torso missing. His red skin was black while giving a burnout smell. "Not bad, kid. I originally intended to burn everything except your head," said Li Wen. However, Wang Wei could only smile wryly and did not say anything. Not that he could sense the dragon burned his throat. As he tried to heal, he could sense a terrifying energy inside his body preventing him from healing. "Is this immortal chi?" he thought as he tried to use his Di realm to remove the energy in his body. It did work. However, according to a brief calculation, he might spend a few 100,000 years before removing a small bit. So, he could only look at Li Wen with puppy eyes before the latter removed his power. Then, Wang Wei used the power of time to revert himself to his previous peak state. "Now, do you understand?" asked Wang Wucheng. "Is the gap so vast?" "More than you can imagine. There are classifications between immortal venerables, and Li Wen used the weakest power. Can you elaborate further?" Immortal Qi has a purity level. Based on a quasi-emperor realm's fleshly body, spiritual strength, soul quality, divine sea, control of energy, understanding of law, and many other factors, they can refine different purity of energy. Visits. For a better user experience, so, immortal venerables are classified based on the purity of their immortal chi. 1 to 3 leaves are low class, 3 to 6 leaves are middle class, and 7 to 9 leaves are high class. So, it's based on a person's foundation in the quasi-emperor realm, commented Wang Wei. So, how is the difference in strength between each class? Li Wen just used the weakest 1-leaf power to defeat you. Meanwhile, 9-leaf immortal venerables can fight some Dao ancestors. So, is the power of high-level energy so magical? Indeed. Some immortal venerables are lucky enough to refine primordial chaos chi, primordial star essence, Dao Qi, or other extremely rare energy, turning them into insurgent heaven-chosen capable of fighting great emperors. It seems like people underestimate the immortal path, commented Wang Wei. More than you can imagine, added Li Wen. How so? Asked Wang Wei, who wanted to know more. Not everyone is suited to become Dao ancestors. Just like cultivators need to have a certain Dao heart, state of mind, and willpower to control the grand Dao source, the same applies to Dao ancestors. And their situation is even worse. With the heaven will as protection, cultivators can become pseudo-emperors if they do not meet the requirement. However, Dao ancestors will die instead. It's that dangerous? So, before someone can refine the Dao source seed, most emperors will test whether a person is qualified. If not, it's best for them not to waste such precious resources. What about immortal venerables? Is there any need for a test? That's the advantage of this path. The threshold is much lower, replied Li Wen. We should mention that some people are more suited for one path than another, added Wang Wuqing. What do you mean? Some people might pass the requirement for the Dao path. However, they fit better with the immortal path. These people usually have a higher chance of refining high-purity immortal chi or other more powerful energy. Why do I feel like there is a bigger secret behind the immortal path? Visit for a better user experience. Chapter 500 Immortal Sovereign Wang Wuqing looked at Li Wen for a moment, and they communicated with their eyes before saying, there is a significant advantage of the immortal path over the others, the time needed to cultivate. Although it also takes billions of years, it is not as bad as Yuan epochs that the others have to spend. Additionally, the immortal path can be forcefully cultivated to a higher realm with enough resources. Wait, you don't mean? Exactly. One way to counter the overwhelming power of eternal emperors is to cultivate an 11th tier immortal sovereign realm cultivator. Wang Wuqing paused to give him time to process this information. Wang Wei knew that Dao ruler realm was after Dao ancestor and, finally, Dao monarch. When it comes to immortal venerable, it goes immortal sovereign realm, followed by immortal king. So, our sect has this level of powerhouse? Then, some other sects should too? Asked Wang Wei. Wang Wuqing looked in the distance and sighed aloud. They used to. Used to? As in they're dead? Yes. All of them? That's right. How come? History is more complicated than you can imagine. During both the incense and devil era, a few eternal emperors showed up, threatening to destroy the balance of the world. These eternal emperors always target the emperor lineages with eternal emperors as their foundation. Wang Wei understood that the immortal sovereign should have dealt with these eternal emperors and completely erased them from history. And unfortunately, many probably died in the process. Are eternal emperors so powerful that a tier 11 powerhouse is needed to eliminate them? Wang Wuqing sighed but did not answer. The laws of the lower dimension favor the emperor path above all the others, hence why even immortal sovereigns are so powerless in front of eternal emperors. In the upper dimension, there are too many ways or opportunities for the other paths to make up the gap. Furthermore, all Emperor Zero, including Eternal Zero, would have to show their respect to an immortal sovereign because the gap in each tier above the 10th is truly tremendous and is significantly more evident in that environment. After seeing Ancestor Wuqing not answer, Wang Wei hurried to ask another question. He knew these old monsters could suddenly use some excuse he was not strong enough to end the conversation and not reveal more information. They could not all be dead, right? The last immortal sovereign of the myriad emperor world died during the heaven-devouring emperor's catastrophe. Wait, I thought eternal emperors were almost unkillable. Does that mean immortal sovereign powerhouses have a way to erase them from existence? No, but eternal emperor lineages have unique artifacts with the power of Tao will. Using them, it is possible to kill some eternal emperors completely. Unfortunately, because of the laws of the lower dimensions, these artifacts all have a specific number of times they can be used. Afterward, they will disappear on their own. Wang Wei nodded as he could deduce a few other pieces of information based on this conversation. For example, there may have been a few other eternal emperor lineages in the myriad emperor world, but they have been extinguished in one of the many catastrophes that ravaged this plane. As such, most information about these lineages has been wiped out along with their eternal emperors. Or some of them might have had an eternal emperor, but once the latter was erased from history, his sect or descendant won't even remember their founder or ancestor was one. Wang Wei sighed, thinking how complex the cultivation world was. Suddenly, he remembered a question he had wanted to ask for some time but forgot. I once saw a world community that used Great Thousand Worlds as a way to basically farm Tao ancestors. Why doesn't our sect, or any other sects in the myriad emperor world, do the same? Asked Wang Wei. Wang Wuqing immediately sneered after hearing this. These people are doing nothing but ruining their sect's chi luck and creating tribulations for themselves. What do you mean? Although Wang Wei had a vague guess, it was best to get the answer from an expert. Immortal tier cultivators are not entirely immune to karma. So, doing something like that, which involves sacrificing trillions upon trillions of mortals, generations after generations, will create karmic debts that will cause karmic tribulations. A perfect example of this law was during the incense and devil era. Both the Buddhist sect and the devil race used to do the same. But their final result? Their eventual extinction. Of course, you could argue this was only one of the many reasons for these factions' downfall. I imagine that the issue of restraining these wild Tao ancestors is an issue as well, added Wang Wei. That's right. Just like what happened to the Great Zhou dynasty, the Tao path cultivators created using this method are hard to restrain. Any oaths or soul contracts signed before they ascend to immortality can be removed after a while and with the right method. So, most of them end up leaving to pursue a better cultivation environment. But that doesn't explain why other sects don't do it. I'm sure some people could not resist the temptation? Asked Wang Wei. Wang Wuqing sighed heavily. The sad truth is the myriad emperor world has been going downhill in terms of development for a long time. Hanging catastrophes after another have made most sects conservative, scared even to explore the endless void. This is the reason that all of us have mostly severe contact with other world communities, and even contact with the lower realm. So, I'm sure some sects are secretly doing what you mention, but I doubt many of them are. Wang Wuqing then looked directly into Wang Wei's eyes. Do you know why we're telling you all this? I do. Why? First, do not be too complacent about my strength and let it get over my head, said Wang Wei as he looked at Li Wen with gritted teeth, making the latter smile like a man who takes pleasure in taking candy from babies. 2. When I become an eternal emperor, I must find a way to develop the myriad emperor realm. Finally, and more importantly, before I leave, I must find a way to cultivate an immortal sovereign for the sect's safety. I'm glad you understand, replied Wang Wuqing before handing out a token to him. You can use this token to contact me if you need something. Additionally, it will increase your status and resources in the sect without taking most of these trials. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then, he quickly told Wang Wuqing about the 9 incarnations he wanted to cultivate. After hearing him, Wang Wuqing's lisps almost twitched, then he said, Go ask your father regarding the issue of resources. However, some Great Thousand Worlds have immortal tier powerhouses secretly hiding. I will give you a protective talisman and one that can detect their existence. It's best if you avoid these worlds for your incarnations. Lastly, be mindful of these worlds' heavenly Tao. It's best if you can temporarily seal them or hide your incarnations from them. After saying that, Wang Wuqing remembered something and gave Wang Wei a booklet and sent him away. Once alone, Wang Wuqing spoke out loud. What do you think? This kid is already a monster. If he succeeds, I can't imagine how terrifying he will be. True, but his actions only allows him to catch up with the D clan's heir. We all know he is an anomaly. I'm pretty sure he is older than many of us, replied the voice. With such a foundation, I cannot imagine how powerful an eternal emperor he will become. The voice paused for a moment. Do you think this kid's the one the founders are waiting for? I don't know if he is the one, but I'm sure he can help them out of their situation one day. In that case, let's open that trial for him. Isn't that a little risky? According to their instructions, we can only open it to someone extremely talented and with ample luck. And this kid fit the description. As for the risk, it's worth it. Wang Wuqing pondered for a moment and said, let's wait until he reaches quasi-emperor realm. That way, he can benefit the most, and we can observe further. The voice agreed with him. In the last generation, they thought Wang Tian fit the description. However, when the path of Supreme was cut off, they understood Wang Tian was lacking in the luck department, so he never got access to that trial. So, the voice also wants to observe Wang Wei further and see if something unexpected will happen to him. Meanwhile, Wang Weiyuro, who appeared in the sky of the Secturo, looked at the title of the book in his hand, frowny face, a possible explanation of the vast difference between mortals and immortals. He thought it was a cultivation method. However, it appears it was a scholarly article about cultivation to open his mind. Wang Wei was not disappointed since he already had too many cultivation techniques. However, he did not care about this book right now. He rushed home to enter a land of bliss, lust, and depravity with his wife. Everything else can wait. Chapter 501. Su Jinya. Wang Wei lay naked on a bed with his right arm around Wu Hong's also naked body. Meanwhile, his left hand kept caressing her long legs. He felt refreshed and relaxed while praising himself for increasing his fleshly Buddha strength. Otherwise, he would not last long in this crazy session. So, how do you feel after becoming a Tao overlord? Asked Wu Hong. Freer? I don't know. Somehow, I expect more from the reward. With all the reward you receive, aren't you being too greedy? In that case, I am angry about it. Why does Heavenly Tao get to test my worthiness to cultivate Tao? Who gives it the right? Because you're weak, so it can determine your worthiness. Wang Wei almost choked when he heard this. Although it was true, it did not mean he wanted to accept it. Whatever, one day, it will be my puppet anyway. Wu Hong did not comment on this subject further, so she asked, since now you can cultivate all the supreme Daos without any consequences, do you plan to? No, I just want to focus on Fate Dao. That's good. More does not always mean better. Plus, Fate is very versatile and can use the power and abilities of the others. Wang Wei agreed with her. Fate can control all Daos like chaos, and all Daos like destruction, and calculate information, knowledge, and secrets like the Tao of Heaven. It can even involve the power of creation if used correctly, not to mention Empyreans seem to have the ability to create life. So, Wang Wei felt it would be best to remain pure and focus on one supreme Tao. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, do you know someone called Su Jinyao? How do you know her? Asked Wu Hong calmly, but Wang Wei could feel a change in her aura. He scrutinized her, but she just stared at him, seeming to demand how she knew that name. So, he explained the entire situation with his fate line and such. She's only a great emperor, very close to the Empyrean realm, so she should not have such ability. So, who is she exactly? Su Jinyao is considered one of the most beautiful women ever. When she was born, the Grand Tao itself showed up to celebrate her birth and beauty. She is even considered the creature closest to perfection when it comes to beauty. Tempted, aren't you? Of course not. I'm a man of morale and dignity. I bet you are thinking only a person like you with a protagonist's aura would have a fate-love connection with the most beautiful woman in existence. That is pure slander with no proof. I'm innocent, replied Wang Wei as his mind worked trillions of thoughts in less than a nanosecond. Plus, you're the most beautiful woman in existence. What Su Jinyao? Whoever gave her that title is blind. Wu Hong looked at him directly in the eyes and saw the innocence and purity there. It seems you have gotten better at hiding his thoughts and guilt. What guilt? What's with all the accusations today? Wu Hong ignored him before placing her head on his chest. She sighed slightly before saying, "To be fair, she is a great woman, very kind and nurturing. It's a shame that fate was not kind to her." What Wu Hong did not say was in the previous timeline, two women played an essential role in Wang Wei's life, her and Su Jinyao. Many times, Su Jinyao saved his life or used her connection to protect him. In the end, he owed her so much karma, and after seeing how much she paid for him, he felt he had an obligation to be with her. Wang Wei's thoughts created a lot of conflicts with Empress Wu, the only woman he truly loved. So, he finally decided to make a clone that lived with her in seclusion while the real body continued his relationship with Wu Hong. Wang Wei felt there was more to Su Jinyao than Wu Hong stated. However, he also felt it was unwise to ask any more. Anyway, once he got the chance, he would cut off their fate connection. It did not matter how beautiful she was. So, Wang Wei decided to change the subject. The booklet ancestor Wucheng flew from his space ring and floated above the bed. Then the two read it. The book theorized the vast difference between the quasi-emperor realm and the great emperor realm because there should be at least 30 to 40 great cultivation realms between these two tiers. For example, there should be at least 15 great realms, not small stages in a realm, between quasi-emperor and immortal venerable, 25 great realms for Dao venerables, and over 40 realms for a third-class emperor. However, the heaven will allows cultivators to skip all these realms without any repercussions, hence the vast difference in strength between mortal and immortal tier cultivators. Although the author stated all of this was his theory, Wang Wei felt it was a very reasonable theory. I think he has a point. What do you think? He's right, replied Wu Hong. How so? In many ordinary chaos world, it is normal to have a couple of dozens of cultivation realms. Meanwhile, in source chaos worlds, there are always only 12 realms. Ordinary chaos world? Source chaos world? Wu Hong then explained to him after seeing his confusion. They were currently in the lower dimension, also called endless void of the eternal Ascension world. The upper dimension was where all the great emperors ascended to when they disappeared since the environment was more suited for them to cultivate. This was also where Empyreans and Paragons lived or existed. Beyond the eternal Ascension world was primordial chaos, a dark and infinite place where a noble race called fiend gods lived and ruled. Primordial chaos contained many chaos worlds, divided into normal and source worlds. There is nothing special about most normal worlds, whereas source worlds have heaven will so they can give birth to great emperors, Empyreans, and Paragons. Together, all the chaos worlds in existence formed the chaos universe. Interesting, muttered Wang Wei as this information solved a few of the puzzles in his mind. He now understood the Earth was probably located in another chaos world in primordial chaos. Furthermore, the endless space he traveled through after being swallowed by the space crack was probably primordial chaos. However, this begs the question, how did his mortal soul survive in such a dangerous place? Even if the blue spots could increase his soul's strength and quality, would that be enough? He was sure he would meet some creatures during his long voyage, even some fiend gods, so how did he survive? Could it be his soul reached a point that it could compete with these creatures, or did something else happen? Maybe that old fox Hongjun secretly protected me, but why? By now, he knew this reincarnation was not an accident. Most likely, Hongjun is directly involved, or he was caught in an accident that was meant to reincarnate other people from Earth to other chaos worlds. No matter what, he decided not to return to Earth until he was strong enough. From what he learned from reading prehistoric novels, The Conferred God List, and Journey to the West, Hongjun and all the saints are cunning and scheming individuals. So, without sufficient strength, he would be nothing but a pawn in their hands. Of course, if Hongjun truly helped him without scheming against him, even if he had a request, Wang Wei would repay the karma if it was not something outrageous. How strong would someone be to protect a person from one chaos world to another? Asked Wu Hong. What do you mean? Wang Wei suddenly realized he did not tell her in detail about the trial, so he took this opportunity to do so. As long as a paragon has a connection to that world or the coordinate, they can do it. However, to protect you from Grand Dao I because of a taboo, even a boundless paragon cannot do that. Only power beyond. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong but did not ask further after seeing she did not continue. Some things cannot be said, nor do they need to be said. By now, he understood this fact extremely well. So, he decided to change the subject. I wonder whether there are other chaos universes? Or better yet, what is beyond primordial chaos and the chaos universe? Could it be Hong? Sure, don't say anything, said Wu Hong as she quickly closed his mouth with her delicate hands, making him realize he was once again talking about things beyond his weight class. So, after nodding to her, he sighed with slight frustration. It is moments like this that make him realize his weakness and also increase his desire to become free and unfettered. After all, how uncomfortable it is to unable to talk about certain things because of how weak he was. It's all right. Use this frustration as motivation, said Wu Hong. I will. All right, let's talk about something else. What have you been doing during your imprisonment? Chapter 502 Hidden History. Wu Hong ignored the mocking tone Wang Wei used when he said the word imprisonment, as she knew he was bitter for calling him weak in front of Heavenly Tao. Sometimes he can truly be petty, and sometimes he is the most open-hearted person you will meet. I did find the disastrous emperor's inheritance before I was imprisoned, she replied calmly. Then she took a booklet and gave it to him. Wang Wei took it and read the title Frowny Face Human, Earth, and Heaven Tribulation Art. Well, hopefully, this thing can give me some inspiration, he said before putting it away. Anything else? I used the time to create a way for you to discover the Tao burial ground after you prove the Tao. Now, I just need to sneak it inside without alerting some people. Excellent, replied Wang Wei. Although he believed he should be able to find these people with his power of fate, it was good to be cautious. With Wu Hong's method, he had an additional assurance. Suddenly, he remembered his thought about how history was not as it seemed, so he decided to ask her. After hearing his thought, Wu Hong pondered for a moment before explaining. You're completely correct, she said. So, what is the real history? Even I don't know for sure. But I can tell you what I know or heard. Let's start with the ancient emperor era and the human emperor. From what I know, he was a paragon from another source world. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. He always believed the human emperor was Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China and the ruler of the Qin dynasty. And the more he learned about him, Hongjun and Earth, the more sure he was. However, the human emperor was a ruthless individual who wanted to become a boundless paragon. So, he went through the process of cutting of his Tao so that he can recultivate. Tao cutting? What's that? How do I explain this? Said Wu Hong while gathering her thought. Some people want a second chance at proving the Tao. Usually, it is because they do not like their accomplishment the first time. A lot of them want another chance at becoming an eternal emperor. For an emperor or any of the other paths to recultivate, there are two ways they can achieve this. The first one is for them to acquire enough merit before their soul enters reincarnation. With this method, most emperors would leave their original bodies as a backup plan or resources to help them after their second try. Unfortunately, this method has a great flaw. The body will affect the soul even through reincarnation, said Wang Wei. Exactly. Most people who try to prove the Tao a second time usually fail or achieve the same result as their first time because of the original body. And when it comes to trying to become an eternal emperor a second time, the difficulty is 100 times, if not more, and with each attempt, the difficulty will increase exponentially. What about the merit they have to gather? Doesn't that help? The merit is essentially the payment Heavenly Tao requires to give them a second chance in the first place. It usually requires a large amount that most people cannot afford in the first place. Wang Wei understood as he could guess it is not easy to acquire merit in a place like the upper dimension, unless that person had access to another civilization like himself and used the ideas there to acquire merit. However, even then, this method is very dangerous, considering there are powerhouses like paragons. What if one of them became interested in your ideas or even merit? So, what is the second method? Does it involve the human emperor? The second method, called Tao cutting, involved completely stripping oneself of their grand Tao source and return to a mortal. That's the method the human emperor used. He's indeed a scary individual, commented Wang Wei with squinted eyes. To abandon his power as a paragon and start all over again? Not many people have the willpower to do this, especially when there is the chance he could fail and die during his second attempt at proving the Tao. Indeed. But as you know, he did not participate in the heaven will battle after cutting his Tao. Wang Wei suddenly thought of something. You mean? Yes, there are rumors the entire Golden Ape Emperor invasion was his secret manipulation. He allegedly injected a small amount of fiend god bloodline into the Golden Ape Emperor before he proved the Tao, which granted him battle prowess on par if not more powerful than an eternal emperor. Then, when the latter went on a rampage to destroy the world and humanity, he appeared as a hero that protected humanity. I'm guessing he did this to use the humans' luck and merit to guarantee he became an eternal emperor. Exactly, replied Wu Hong. If that's the case, he must have a way to somewhat restrain the Golden Ape Emperor. Wait, the formation that allowed him to fight across realms, that must be it. However, how could such a formation exist? I don't know the exact detail, said Wu Hong. But I can guess. The human emperor was known for his terrifying puppet called the Terracotta Warriors, some of which were even at the Paragon level. My theory is that he used a few immortal tier puppets as the core to allow him to bear such power. And as you said, he most likely left some ways to restrain the Golden Ape Emperor. Truly a cunning and treacherous ruler, capable of doing anything for power, commented Wang Wei, as he somehow felt threatened by the presence of another transmigrator in this world. Like you're one to talk, said Wu Hong, rolling her eyes. You should be careful when you open the Qin dynasty's treasury. Additionally, you should be wary of Sun Jiaolong. Although the human destiny sword no longer belongs to the human emperor and he should have no control over it, he can still leave some means on it. So, the fact it appeared out of nowhere after so many years and chose Sun Jiaolong, there is a reason for this. I'm guessing the human emperor did become a boundless paragon, right? He did. What is his current status now? Dead or in limbo? So, there is a high chance that Sun Jiaolong is the vessel he chose to resurrect himself. Very likely. Wang Wei nodded his head, then he asked, why do you call him the human emperor? I thought such a title would cause him problems in the upper dimension, and he would have to change it. It did cause him trouble. However, he later went on to prove he deserved that title. How so? He created the Qin Saint dynasty, the largest and greatest human dynasty in the upper dimension. Plus, you remember how you talk about the devil invasion having some anomalies? Yes. How did the 9 devil gods almost conquer the lower dimension? How could they intervene in your heaven will battle with Tion and not be punished? That's because they had the support of the devil race in the upper dimension. Apparently, some terrifying true devil appeared in the upper dimension, and his existence could even affect the true heavenly Tao. That true devil created a catastrophe that affected the entire eternal ascension world. The human emperor contributed greatly during that era of strife, leading people to acknowledge his title. Do you think he was secretly beyond the true devil catastrophe? He's not capable to that level. And if he were, he would have faced a terrible fate. Wang Wei nodded his head before asking, what about you? What role did you play in the catastrophe? Nothing. Nothing. By the time I ascended, the Tao opening sect, the Buddhist sect, the Qin Saint court, and many others had already dealt with the true devil. So, I did not participate despite expecting to. Wang Wei was not surprised to hear his sect's name. He has long predicted his ancestors would create a sect in the upper dimension. And given that they could keep such a grand name as Dao Opening, they must have done well for themselves. I thought you would be responsible for annihilating the devil race in the upper dimension. Wu Hong smiled at him but did not explain. Wang Wei, who was used to her being mysterious, just ignored her before saying, "That true devil must greatly have impacted the upper dimension." It did. It started the prelude to a golden era where hundreds of paragons and dozens of boundless paragons existed and competed with each other. Of course, she did not say that the true devil was also the prelude to the ultimate taboo that ended the golden era with the disappearances of all these paragons. Regrettably, Wang Wei has not reached the point where he can know or discuss the ultimate taboo. What about immortal sovereigns? What role did they play in these historical events? Asked Wang Wei. The majority of them grouped together to seal the forbidden lands and prevent them from aggravating the situation, replied Wu Hong as she changed her lying position to become the small spoon. One of the reasons the Myriad Emperor world is so unique in the lower dimension is because of how we, as cultivators, can work together in times of danger and great change. And, of course, how we control and manage immortal tier cultivators. In some heaven will worlds, these people have no restraint as they roam the world freely and do as they pleased. Doesn't Heavenly Dao care? Most Heavenly Daos are not as active as ours. As long as these people do not actively destroy the world or allow the mortal population to drop a certain level, they will not care. So, are we lucky or unlucky for having such an active Heavenly Dao? Asked Wang Wei with a sneer. I know you don't like it, but you have to give it the credit it deserved for keeping the world in such exemplary order, especially when compared to most other heavenly world. Wang Wei still sneered despite agreeing with her. Chapter 503 Dusk. What are you going to do next? Asked Wu Hong. I have to undergo my void-shattering realm tribulation. Then, it's time I meet the owner of the unseen cube. Then get to it. What about all the things you promised me? Well, take our time, otherwise, you'll injure your kidney. Fine, said Wang Wei with annoyance, especially since he knew she was correct. So, he dressed up before leaving the manor. He saw Wang Ju waiting outside. How did it go? As you expected, young master. After your arrival, a few of the disciples and elders behaved abnormally. After capturing and interrogating them, we discover they were members of the sleepers. Were they also reincarnated? They seemed to be people selected from this generation. Their background and everything appeared normal on the surface. If they did not explode their souls when we tried to search it, we would not have known they were parts of the sleepers. Wang Wei pondered briefly. He deduced that Di Tian would be interested in the state of his trial. So, he used his return to draw out some of the sleepers' members that may have escaped his previous cleanup. It's a shame these guys are incredibly loyal and would detonate their souls not to reveal any information. Alright, how is Project Deep Infiltration? Things are proceeding according to plans. We have infiltrated most of the sects in the Myriad Emperor world using the fate-stealing technique. Some of our members have gained access to the sect's emperor scripture in some weak emperor lineages. As for the more powerful one, we are taking our time. Remember always to be cautious and take your time, replied Wang Wei. What about the infiltration of the sea race? Things are even slower there, but there is still some progress. Contact Xiao Songxi and see if you can use his help to accelerate the progress. Would he be willing to help? Asked Wang Ju. He doesn't have to do it voluntarily, replied Wang Wei, to which Wang Ju nodded to display her understanding. You're still in the primordial spirit realm? Young master, I'm not blaming you, said Wang Wei before waving his hand and manifesting a black gem. This is a quasi-emperor tier shadow crystal I recently got. With it, you should be able to enter the void-shattering realm quickly. So, find someone to temporarily take your place so you can enter a seclusion retreat. Wang Ju bowed. Thank you, young master. Since you're my person, I won't mistreat you. I will even find an innate spiritual treasure with shadow properties for you. Wang Ju opened her mouth to reject, but thinking about the young master's words, she only thanked him in advance. One last thing, keep an eye on Mu Xingyun, especially on what type of law she cultivates. Is there a reason? The Tao of Devour is an outlaw Tao, yet she is not an outlaw. I doubt her acquired physique is enough to shield her from the trial, so I must know why. After the trial, Wang Wei taught Wang Ju about outlaws, wanting her to gather more information on the topic if possible. Do you think she wants to use the same tactic as Emperor Nine Sons? Hopefully, things are as simple as this, replied Wang Wei with a slightly serious tone. In that case, he'll have a special agent watch her. Wang Wei nodded before dismissing her. Then he flew toward the sex exit. Midway through his flight, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. Why you here? Where are you going? Asked Yu Yen. I'm going to find a barren place to pass my tribulation. Why don't you use the sex tribulation mountain? I have a feeling my tribulation will be too big. Plus, I have to go see someone afterward. Yu Yen paused, not knowing what to say. Wang Wei held her before saying, You don't have to worry. They'll be back in perfect shape. A few seconds later, Yu Yen sighed before caressing his face. Contact me if something happens. I promise. Yu Yen nodded before flying away. And as Wang Wei watched his mother fly away, he shook his head slightly before flying away. Outside the sex protection array, he opened a tear in space to teleport to a barren domain with nothing but sand in sight for miles. Then he deactivated the protection of the unseen cube. Immediately, the clouds a few million miles in diameter changed. They turned dark and gloomy, with flames and lightning flashing everywhere. Wang Wei controlled the law seed next to his law altar to fly in the clouds before closing his eyes. A bright orange flame came from the clouds, trying to destroy the law seed. However, a mysterious aura emanated from it as protection. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt it became easier to understand the laws of heaven and earth. When it comes to passing the void-shattering realm tribulations, there are two ways to pass. There is the orthodox way, which is the method Wang Wei used, and the unorthodox way that requires cultivators to use artifacts, spells, or techniques to defend against the heavenly tribulation. The orthodox ways allowed cultivators to deepen their understanding of the laws, but they had to have a deep foundation, otherwise, the tribulation would destroy their law seed. The same benefit does not apply to the unorthodox method. After the orange flame tried to no avail to destroy Wang Wei's law seed, it dispersed after a few minutes. Then, a green wind descended from heaven to have its try. Unfortunately, it was useless. Following this, it was red lightning. It bombarded the seed for at least an hour before it stopped. And during the entire process, Wang Wei did not move an inch. Once the lightning stopped, the tribulation should have ended, but it did not. So Wang Wei opened his eyes. His gaze pierced the clouds to see an army of demonic beasts made out of tribulation thunders. He instantly appeared in front of his law seed. His eyes twinkled as he saw this tribulation army. He could feel as long as he defeated these things, his understanding would further increase. So, he sat cross-legged in the air, closed his eyes, opened his mouth and inhaled. His mouth seemed to have created an endless black hole as he swallowed these creatures without stopping. And to his surprise, this process lasted for 2 hours. That's how many of them there were. However, he was not done yet. A yellow figure appeared in the clouds. The figure only had a humanoid shape and nothing else. Dusk of the gods, said the yellow figure, then the surroundings turned pitch black for a few seconds before returning to normal. Wang Wei, who activated his innate shield, was perfectly fine. However, he could sense that this attack destroyed all matter or energy in the surrounding. An imprint of the Dusk Emperor? He muttered as he analyzed the situation. He remembered reading about a rare form of tribulations where cultivators must fight imprints of past emperors. It seems he was currently undergoing this type of tribulation. Dusk of myriad worlds, said the yellow figure, and with this move, the entire domain they were in began to shake. A black light came from the figure's hand, And from that light, Wang Wei sensed a power that could destroy hundreds of middle thousand worlds. Wang Wei raised his hand to catch the black light before crushing it easily. He shook his head before saying, "If it was the real you, you could give me a little challenge." After saying that, he flicked his finger to create a shockwave so fast that the yellow figure could react in time. So, a hole appeared on its chest, and it slowly began to disperse. Oddly, it did not disperse. Instead, the yellow figure morphed into an extremely beautiful and charming lad dressed in a blue robe. Looking at the person's face, Wang Wei said, "The Dusk Emperor? I thought you were a man." "I can be when I feel like it," they replied with a smile. "So, to what do I owe this visit? You don't seem surprised? Well, this is not the first time I have met one of you almighty beings. Given how odd you are, it's understandable." Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder, asking again, "What can I do for you?" "Nothing. I just had a feeling to come here, so I came to check it out." The Dusk Emperor looked up and down at him. "You said you wanted a challenge?" "Of course," said Wang Wei with fighting intent. "All right, let's see if you can defend against this attack. Dusk of all devils." Before Wang Wei could react, a black sphere enveloped him for a few seconds before disappearing. And after reappearing, some of his skin was gone before regenerating in an instant. "Oh, what a horrifying fleshly body," muttered the Dusk Emperor. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a pondering look on his face. "An attack specially made for true devils like me. No, there is something more. This is not the power of dusk but the Tao of destruction." "Didn't you abandon this Tao to pass the outlaw trial?" "I did. But the Tao of destruction was my pursuit, so I found a way to change my main Tao later on." "Is that possible?" "It is, albeit extremely difficult." "I see. Well, I have to go." "So soon?" "I was hoping to talk about the Tao with you. It's unfortunate that I cannot stay here for long. My existence is very threatening to a few cockroaches, and they will not sleep well and bother me if they knew I sent my will here." Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing this, but he did not ask any further questions. The Dusk Emperor smiled before waving her hand and condensing a black seed. "This is some of my comprehension of the destruction Tao. As a fellow who cultivates one of the hidden supreme Taos, maybe you can learn from it." Wang Wei looked at the seed and said, "I don't like to owe people karma." The Dusk Emperor waved his hand to eliminate the karma on the seed before disappearing. Then, Wang Wei accepted her gift without hesitation. Chapter 504 Reveal. Is this what it means for my chi luck to improve after becoming a Tao overlord? Muttered Wang Wei, thinking how unlikely it is for someone to the Tao comprehension of a great emperor. No, someone who is probably higher than a great emperor. No longer focusing on such a thing, Wang Wei closed his eyes to continue his comprehension. After a certain amount of time, his law seed suddenly changed. A new aura manifested on it beside the aura of fate, the aura of time. The second law that Wang Wei understood was the law of time. Technically, it was Zhen Chaos law of freedom. However, he needs to understand yin-yang laws to fuse the Tao of fate with the Tao of free will. Finally, he absorbed the law seed back into his law altar. Wang Wei then raised his head to see the sky turned into auspicious signs that spread throughout the myriad emperor world, announcing he was the third person in his generation to reach the void-shattering realm. After two more people make the breakthrough, Heavenly Tao will open the path of Supreme for the older generation. "It should not be long," muttered Wang Wei before looking in one direction. He could sense someone sending an invitation to him. So, he no longer hesitated and opened a space tier to that location. He saw a small island floating in the sky, surrounded by numerous formations. And when he arrived, the formations opened to allow him entry. So, Wang Wei followed the call's direction to meet the unseen cube's mysterious owner. Soon, he saw someone sitting cross-legged, waiting for him with hot tea. "It's you," said Wang Wei, genuinely surprised. "Yes, it's me," replied Zhenbiu, the 5 elements balance physique and heaven chosen of the 5-element palace. Wang Wei sat next to her while observing her. The changes to her were very noticeable. Zhenbai's previously innocent and pure eyes were now full of wisdom and the impurities of the mortal world. It was as if her previous pure heart talent had disappeared. "You look like a completely different person," said Wang Wei. "In some ways I am." "Body possession?" said Wang Wei as many thoughts flashed across his mind. "No, split personality, to be precise, split souls." "That's correct. The other Bai and I are two sides of the same coin." "So, which one is the main soul?" "What do you think?" replied Jinbiu with a smile. "Interesting. One side is pure of mind and heart, while the other is full of cunningness and is strategically minded." "So, you promise to tell me the truth," said Wang Wei before taking out the unseen cube and handing it over to her. Zhenbai looked at the cube in her hand and sighed aloud. "I need your help." Wang Wei took a sip of the tea and his eyes lit up. The tea seemed to be based on the 5 elements, allowing the drinker to experience 5 different tastes that were perfectly harmonized. "What an excellent tea. I should ask if she has more once we are done." "Do you know that there are some emperors who hide in the lower dimension to cultivate instead of leaving?" asked Jinbiu. "I have heard of them." She paused for a moment as if to remember something. Then, a touch of sadness appeared in her eyes. "Well, I am a clone of one of them." Wang Wei still did not say anything. The 5-Heart Emperor was a second-class emperor from another world community. However, she did not want to ascend to the higher world for some reason. Instead, she used some method to create countless clones and send them to Samsara. And after these clones prove the Tao, she will refine them to increase her understanding of the Grand Tao Source. Zhenbiu stopped to look at Wang Wei, waiting for his reaction, but he just took another sip of his tea. How did she escape the sight of heavenly Tao? Her action falls under the category of tempering with the heaven will battle, and I doubt a second class has such profound method. I don't know exactly, but I think she has a unique chaos treasure to help. Wang Wei squinted his eyes at her for a moment before asking another question. "As a clone, how could you possibly learn about such a thing?" "This is my second life," replied Zhenbai. "In my past life, I had a fortunate encounter that allowed me to learn the truth. So, I purposely performed horribly in my last heaven will battle, and before my death, I tried to enter Samsara to remove my status as a clone. Unfortunately, I failed. What's worse, in this generation, I acquired the 5-element balance physique, which further increases my connection to the main body. So, the 5-Heart Emperor cultivates the 5-element Tao." "Yes, along with all the clones." "Do you think it is such a coincidence that you can learn the truth about your status?" asked Wang Wei. "I'm perfectly aware that someone or something is manipulating me so I can become the karmic backlash of her action. However, I don't care as long as I can get my freedom." "So, how strong is she?" "Based on my last reincarnation, she had ascended to 40% of the Grand Tao Source." 40%? Even if you count that not all the clones will prove the Tao in each generation, this is still a high number. So, she must have been in the lower dimension for a very long time. "Most definitely." "So, what do you want me to do?" asked Wang Wei despite guessing her intention. "I cannot prove the Tao in this generation. Otherwise, my fate will be the same as the others. So, only an eternal emperor could negotiate with her to grant me my freedom." "So, why did you choose me?" "Not just you. I have secretly helped quite a few individuals hoping one day they can help me. Even Lin Fan's slaughter trial token came indirectly from me. It's a shame he died so quickly before I could even give him some hint about his trial." Zhenbiu sighed. Because she needs to hide from the main body, this part of her soul has to be in constant sleep, only waking up between intervals. So, she did not have a chance to reveal the truth to Lin Fan and warn him about the trial. "Did you invest in D. Tian as well?" "Why not? I don't have a way to help him. Plus, I feel he is one of these cruel people who do not care about repaying karma." Wang Wei did not comment on this statement. He did not know D. Tian well enough to comment on his character. So, he sipped his tea before asking, "Do you think a single innate treasure is enough to make me the enemy of a powerful emperor?" Can you honestly say the cube did not help you in the slightest with passing the trial? She responded. Wang Wei could not deny this fact. He did not know whether Heavenly Tao could foresee his future Buddha self calculations. Nevertheless, he had begun to develop a severe form of paranoia, which the cube dealt with. If it were not for it, his state of mind would not be at his best, and who knows if he could pass the trial in such a condition. He knew for sure Zhen Chao would take full advantage of his paranoia during their fight, and who knows if he would be able to react the way he did when he met Emperor Blackheart. I cannot give you an answer for now. That's fine, replied Jin Biu before handing him a talisman to personally contact her when he made a decision. So, after asking her for some more tea and briefly chatting with her, Wang Wei left. On his journey home, he felt the power of tribulation from where he came from, so Wang Wei knew Jin Biu underwent her void-shattering realm tribulation not long after he left. Back home, Wang Wei went to see his mother before returning to his mountain. Did you meet the Dusk Emperor? Asked Wu Hong the moment she laid eyes on him. I did. How did you know? I sensed their presence. Did you know them? Yes, she replied with a slight reminiscence. The Dusk Emperor is the only person who became a boundless paragon without first becoming an eternal emperor or an everlasting empyrean. That sounds amazing. But why do I feel you knew them on a more personal level? I did. The cultivation world is still male-dominated despite how cultivation can level the playing field. So, many of the female emperors group together to protect each other. So, when I first ascended, the Dusk Emperor, your ancestor, the Sword Empress, and many others protected me to allow me to grow. Back then, although the true devil was eradicated, there were still a few of his remains. And these people did not like what I did to the devil race in the lower dimension. Luckily, the ladies protected me, or my life would have been more miserable. It's good to have any form of support in this cold and cruel world of cultivation, said Wang Wei before hugging her. Then he changed the subject by telling her about the conversation with Zhen Biu. What do you think? Chapter 505 Resources. As long as you become an eternal emperor, you should be able to defeat that Emperor Five Heart, replied Wu Hong. How come? The strength of eternal emperor is different. Based on my calculation, after you temper your body to the peak, the baptizement from the Grand Tao source will further strengthen your fleshly body, giving you an additional 5% strength. And if your 9 incarnation plan succeeds, the boost will be another 5%. So after you become an eternal emperor, you should be able to fight emperors with 30% comprehension. Is that how it works? And that's not the end, continued Wu Hong. Your Paragon Quality Soul will give you another 10% boost, you willpower, if you can control it, another 10%, and your control of the Grand Tao source and your Tao will should give you another 2 to 3%. So, by calculation, after proving the Tao, you will be on par with 53% Ascended Emperor. Damn, you're going to be OP, said Wu Hong with some frustration in her voice. Hee, said Wang Wei with a smirk. And that's not even the last of it. If you can create the Heavenly Tao level of your force control skill, it should give you another 5%. Furthermore, if you can find some better materials for your Proving Tao artifact, it should grant you a few more percentages. I can't believe you will almost be on par with an Empyrean right after becoming an eternal emperor. The color of envy suits you very well, said Wang Wei. Do you want me to suppress and seal you for a few years? Don't get mad at me for the ugliness in your heart. Wu Hong rolled her eyes and decided to ignore him. So, what percentage to become an Empyrean? 70% for Empyrean and 90% for Paragon. That's it? I just need to comprehend the Grand Tao source? Of course not. There are a few other steps to become an Empyrean, especially if you want to become an everlasting one. I see, replied Wang Wei without asking anything else regarding this topic. These things were a little too far for him for now. So, he asked something else. What was your battle strength after becoming an eternal emperor? After I seal and absorb the Devil Prince to sublimate my foundation, it gave me an additional 5%. My soul was also exceptional, and after absorbing his spiritual strength, it reached a higher level in quality, which granted me another 5%. Then there was my Proving Tao artifact. I used at least 10 chaos treasures as the base, so it granted another 5% increase. And after I sealed and absorbed the devil gods, my foundation again sublimated, which gave me another 5%. A total of 40%. 10 chaos treasures? How rich were you? I was the son of the era, so of course I was rich. Plus, these treasures were technically Heavenly Dao's reward for all the things it made me go through. True, nodded Wang Wei. I thought chaos treasures were on par with Eternal Emperor's artifacts. With 10 of them, shouldn't your increase be way more exaggerated? Wu Hong shook his head. The people in the lower dimension tend to overestimate the power of innate and chaos treasures. The classification for these treasures referred to their effectiveness to great emperors or immortal tier powerhouses, not the actual strength. The advantage of these types of treasures is that there is no backlash to using them, even to a mortal. And since even cultivators in the quasi-emperor realm cannot bring the full power of emperor artifacts, it is normal for innate or chaos treasures to be on par with them in a clash. Things do not seem that simple, added Wang Wei. You're right. The actual value of innate and chaos treasures is that they can be turned into innate supreme treasures or chaos supreme treasures in the upper dimension. These are the real treasures born from heaven and earth that can compete with Empyrean or Paragon's artifacts. Some are extremely powerful or have bizarre and terrifying abilities. Wang Wei's eyes lit up thinking about when he returned the world's innate chi. Then he could take a bunch of innate and possibly chaos treasures and turn them into supreme treasures after ascending. I know what you're thinking, but turning these things into supreme treasures is difficult. It usually takes a lot of time and the right opportunity. Wang Wei predicted this much, but this did not change his decision. Plus, he even had some ideas on how to accelerate the process. Although he did not know if it would work, he was satisfied with having a basic plan. Do you think the other known eternal emperors could also fight above their level? He continued asking. I don't know about that, but based on the Sword Empress and the Absolute Beginning Emperor's accomplishment, they should at least have the battle powers of 30% or more. I see, said Wang Wei as he nodded. Then he finally asked the crucial question. So, do you think I should accept Zhen Baiyu's proposition? Well, it's up to you. I am interested in the Emperor Five Hearts treasure that could hide from Heavenly Tao and even intervening in the Heavenwell battle. Do you think it might reach the level of innate or chaos supreme treasure? It might be, or at the very least, very close. Wang Wei chatted with her for a while before entering 1 month of seclusion. He wanted to settle down and plan out his future in detail. Once finished, he walked out of his seclusion with a stack of papers in his hand and went straight to Wu Hong. I've been thinking about our last conversation. You said it was normal for ordinary source worlds to have dozens of cultivation realms, right? That's right. Wait, do you want to create a cultivation method to ascend to immortality similar to these source worlds? Unfortunately, it's impossible. A lot of people have had the same ideas as you. However, they all failed, replied Wu Hong, reading a book. Normally, I would not underestimate your ability to achieve things other people could not do, but in this case, it's simply impossible, unless you have the power to rewrite the entire laws of the eternal Ascension world. That's something even I could not do at my peak. Wang Wei frowned. So what happened to these people's attempts? Most of the great realms they created turned into small realms that sublimated the 9 great mortal realms of source worlds. Furthermore, some realms became useless or could not even be achieved. It was like they were nonsense written by mortals for a story. So, after many trials and errors, these people understood that the laws of Source World only allows for the 9 mortal great realms and the 3 immortal realms, nothing more, nothing else. Wang Wei pondered briefly before crossing out something from the paper in his hand. I guess this plan is useless. Alright, I have to go see my father. So, he kissed Wu Hong's cheeks before flying away to Tianwei Peak to see his father and handing over the stack of paper. Why don't you use talisman for information? I like the feel of paper. Wang Tian shook his head before using his divine sense to read this document of over 1,000 pages in just a few seconds. His lips twitched after he finished, so he reread a few times to ensure he was correct. He then looked at his son and said, "The answer is no." "What do you mean? Are you insane? Don't you understand what you're asking? You want me to give you all the resources to cultivate your 9 incarnations. You basically want the sect to raise 10 of you. So, do you know how expensive one of you is?" said Wang Tian, with veins almost popping on his forehead. "You want all innate treasures to temper your incarnation's body. That's 8 innate treasures for each incarnation. And if you add the star essence to open and nurture your acupoints, that's another innate level resource. You're asking for 9 innate treasures for each incarnation for a total of 81. On top of that, you want to place time formation to surround all the great 1,000 worlds where your incarnations will grow. If I don't do that, they will not reach the quasi-emperor realm in time," argued Wang Wei. "I am sure they won't, but this won't change how expensive one of these formations is, let alone to surround an entire world. Do you think our family has trees where heavenly resources keep falling, and we can just pick them up as we please? But I know we have the resources." "We do, but not all of it can be used on you." "What if I have this?" replied Wang Wei as he handed Wang Wuqing's token. After inspecting it, Wang Tian said, "Even so, you can only get the resources for 3 of the incarnations." Wang Wei smacked his lips. "You're making being a second-generation rich young master not fun anymore. Watch how you behave. Even if you're now stronger than me, I'm still your father, and I can still give you a family beating." "All right, I am sorry." "That's better. And you better not show this nonsense to your mother. The Yu clan does not have the financial capability of our sect, and if she knew about it, she could probably force them to support one of your incarnations at the price of ruining their foundations." "I know. Anyways, I still have a rich wife." Wang Tian exhaled deeply to calm down. "You need to prepare for the sect master ceremony very soon." "So soon? Aren't you perfectly fine? The path of Supreme will be open soon, and I need to enter mortal dust. After thinking about it, I think you should take your position sooner rather than later." "All right, so be ready." Wang Tian nodded before shooing him away. So, Wang Wei returned to his mansion to ask Wu Hong for resources. He had no shame in smoothing on his wife. "I can only give you the resources for 2 incarnations," she replied calmly. "Why? I never had the need for much resources, so that's all I have on me. Plus, you can't be too over-reliant on me." "Litu Wu Hong? What happened to you raising me as your boy toy?" Wu Hong ignored him as she focused on her novel. It was getting to the good part, so she had no time for his drama. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was thinking about when he visited America for a business trip. He remembered the slight culture shock he received after learning about the concept of sugar mommy. He also remembered how he secretly wished he had one of these, and until now, he thought he did. But no, apparently her financial support was limited. "Fine, I'll find the remaining resources on my own," said Wang Wei as he already had an idea how. His soul network ability. Chapter 506 Release. After refining Zhen Chaos Soul, Wang Wei discovered his soul network had now access to the world community, where the latter lived the longest and even became the young sect master of the martial origin sect. He closed his eyes to activate the ability, and he could see 2 squared in his mind. Upon focus, he could see 2 names on these squares: Myriad Emperor World Community and Martial Supreme World Community. So, the name of each world community is based on the Heaven Will world that served as its center? That's convenient. He focused on the Martial Supreme World Community before seeing a purple orb which indicated the Martial Supreme World, along with a few other colors. However, Wang Wei realized there were not as many worlds in this community as the Myriad Emperor. To be precise, it was more complex and longer for him to search for other worlds in the Martial Supreme World Community than his own. Nevertheless, he had time and plenty of spiritual strength, so he did not mind. "I wonder what is the criteria to gain access to these world communities," thought Wang Wei. He knew it had something to do with souls. However, Zhen Chao had previously traveled to 5 other world communities, but Wang Wei only had access to one of them. So, it could be because it was the one Zhen Chao spent the most time with or the one he thought was his home. Or, it could be something else entirely. As Wang Wei looked at these 2 world communities, he began to plan his resource-gathering scheme. His main target will be people with great luck, sons of destiny, or people in desperate need. He will contact these people when in dire need before exploiting them for high-level resources. Additionally, he can connect to some powerful heaven chosens to exchange resources from their world community while also exchanging their understanding of the Tao. However, if I want my plan to succeed, I will need access to more world communities, Wang Wei muttered, thinking about how he could expand his soul network. Then, the power of fate flashed across his eyes as he divined the answer he wanted. Something will allow me to expand the soul network? A secret realm that involved numerous heaven chosens from other world communities. Unfortunately, this was all the information he could get. So, he calculated the opening time of this secret realm and nodded in satisfaction when he realized he still had some time. Is this another manifestation of my luck as a Tao overlord? He thought. Nevertheless, he did not focus too much on this subject as he was just glad not to have to rely on the Qin dynasty's treasury to get the resources needed. He did not trust the human emperor, especially with the recent revelations about him. Additionally, Wang Wei did not want to open the treasury now. All the myriad emperor world sects knew about it, and they knew he had the key to open it, the human destiny sword. So, it is impossible for the Tao opening sect to take all the resources inside for themselves. Otherwise, all these sects will revolt and besiege them together. So, Wang Wei plans to wait after the heaven will battle to open the treasury. Truth be told, most sects have the same idea as him. To them, the heaven will battle will determine the sword and the treasury's final owner. So, after making a preliminary plan, Wang Wei decided to create a few of the incarnations first. Then, he looked at his wife, who was enthralled in some cheap novel he inscribed from his memories back on Earth. After shaking his head, he went to his mother again before entering seclusion. Myriad Emperor World's moon, the ancient clan's small world. A middle-aged man entered a room while holding a jade talisman that emanated bright light. As he walked deeper into a dark corridor, thousands of bugs scattered because of the light. Furthermore, the deeper the man went, the more bugs there were. After a few minutes, the middle-aged man reached a large room where he gazed at a person hanging by 2 chains attached to their wrists. The imprisoned person had long hair reaching the floor, tattered clothes, and some of their flesh exposed. Some parts showed the muscles underneath, while others showed the bones as white as the purest of jade. That person's stomach had a few holes where their organs could be seen from the outside. The middle-aged man looked at the person in front of him and sighed before calling, "Young lady, young lady, young lady." Only after the 3rd call that he receives a response. Huofeng Huang raised her head to look at this person. Her one still intact eye was cold, indifferent, and extremely calm. Meanwhile, the other one only had the socket with nothing inside. "The Elder Council has ordered your release." She did not immediately respond, instead took a few minutes. Why the sudden change? Her voice was hoarser than gravel. After all, she had not spoken for a few thousand years while also having her larynx constantly munched on by these bugs before regenerating. Wang Wei recently showed up with the aura of a Tao overlord. Huofeng Huang squinted her eye as she remembered what occurred almost 10,000 years ago. She used Wang Wei's danger to justify her action of breaking the clan's taboo and taking E-Bus White Tiger bloodline. At first, things proceeded accordingly. Even though the E-clan objected vehemently, the council generally agreed with her approach. Then, someone came into the meeting and whispered something to the E-clan patriarch. With a sneer, the latter broke the news that Wang Wei was a supreme outlaw and would not live long. Then, the council took a quick turn against her, even wanting to abolish her cultivation with some advocating for her execution. Luckily, her father had a lot of power and used a lot of resources to maintain her life. Nevertheless, she was still imprisoned in this heaven-forsaken place. So he did survive, said Huafeng Huang calmly. She did not use Wang Wei's name in vain to gain the support of the council. She picked him because she genuinely believed he was the most threatening to her emperor path. And even after learning about the outlaw trial, she argued he would survive and become even more dangerous. Many people felt she was just trying to save her life, but she had an intuition that it would be the case. The middle-aged man took out another talisman, and after activating it, it removed the chains binding Huafeng Huang. He then proceeded to give her a bag full of pills. Without hesitation, she swallowed them. Immediately afterward, all her injuries healed. Her missing muscles, bones, organs, and skins regrew. Even her eyes regenerated. Then, a powerful aura emanated from her body, shaking the entire room and scaring all the bugs. Although she suffered tremendously in the past 1,000 years, it was also the perfect opportunity to temper her fleshly body and willpower. So, what happens next? Asked Huafeng Huang. During your absence, a new heaven chosen took your heaven chosen position. Who was it? Xuanwu Qiubai. From what I remember, his black tortoise bloodline was mediocre at best. After your capture, he had a fortunate encounter that purified his bloodline, and he acquired the Qilin bloodline. Huafeng Huang immediately sneered at such a coincidence. I'm guessing the Elder Council wants us to fight, and the final winner can absorb the other's bloodline? The middle-aged man nodded his head but did not comment, so Huafeng Huang ignored him as she pondered. As long as she absorbed Xuanwu Qiubai, she will have all 5 sacred beasts' bloodlines as she wanted to. By then, she can cultivate the Tao of Immortal Flame, Phoenix, Tao of Slaughter/Killing, White Tiger, Tao of Yin-Yang, Black Tortoise, and Tao of Sovereign Water, Azure Dragon, and the Tao of Fortune/Luck, Qilin. Moreover, each of these bloodlines will grant her fleshly body an incredible boost. She could see that she would enter the true Tao realm after absorbing all of them and even reach the first or second layer, and maybe even the third. The only downside is the dragon bloodline I got from that secret realm was only an ordinary water dragon. I need something else to sublimate to the Azure Dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, there is no ancient clan with that bloodline, and the ones with dragon bloodlines are only ordinary. What realm is he in now? Asked Huafeng Huang. Young Master Xuanwu has just entered the law comprehension realm. Do I have to fight him now? No, the council has stated you can use the time secret realm to catch up before your battle. Huafeng Huang nodded. Although she looked perfectly fine, this was only on the surface. She could feel many hidden dangers in her fleshly body, so she wanted to take some time to recuperate. Additionally, even though she was confident to fight across realm to defeat Xuanwu Qiubai, there was no point in taking such risks. In the same realm, she feared no one. Alright, let's go. Huafeng Huang walked out of prison, her body exuding immense confidence. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.